makes one of these movies better than another. So when he went all in and they raised money to start the MCU to make Iron Man, it was like, we're going to make... He was the guy that made sure Robert Downey Jr. got hired.
Let me just say...
Warner Brothers would never hire Robert Downey Jr.
Again, you keep talking about Warner Brothers like it's still 2 weeks ago. This is a brand new company.
It's still a corporation.
But so is Disney.
But Disney acquired the MCU after it was successful.
Yes, but they are a corporation nonetheless. And it thrived under that corporation. It grew under that corporation.
But they had autonomy.
No, they didn't. They did not have autonomy. Right. That's the fairy tale. They never had autonomy. If you don't think that Kevin Feige had to have every check signed, every decision approved by Alan Horn,
Of course he did.
So that is the same corporate structure.
But they didn't interfere with his creative.
They absolutely did. They absolutely did. Kevin Feige talks all the time. He learned everything that he learned from Alan Horn. That Alan Horn protected him from some mistakes he was going to do. That means there was obvious corporate
Of course, because he understands how to work synergistically. That's his whole...
Because he had bosses that knew how to work synergistically.
Can I
give him that leeway.
Can I bring this up one time?
Hey guys, we want to take a moment and thank the sponsor of today's video, Peloton. Now listen, in the never-ending quest to try to stay in shape, one of the keys is to vary up your workout and your exercises to make sure you avoid losing your motivation and keep from getting burnt out from doing the same thing over and over again. Peloton has you covered. I know for me, one of the keys was getting my Peloton tread and using the Peloton app to get my varied workouts in. And Peloton just keeps pushing you forward with new classes, new music, new ways to keep your workouts fun and motivating. One of the newer offerings that has me personally really excited is their boxing classes. Peloton is stepping into the ring with its newest discipline, and you don't even have to have any gloves. Discover a fast, furious, and fun workout with Peloton instructors in your corner. Even if you've never boxed before, these classes will have you working up a sweat while working on the fundamentals of form, footwork, and fun combos that will keep you on your toes. Peloton has a workout for every day and every kind of schedule. So guys, right now, visit onepeloton.com to learn more. That's ONEPELOTON.com.
Just for a second. We all love DC. We like DC. They shouldn't touch the animation. I think the animation movies, I enjoy them. Whoever they put in the seat, they need time to, they're going to fail, but they're going to need time to actually get into the flow of everything. And so as long as they give them a proper chance, I think they could succeed. As long as they agree with that person's vision and they strive to succeed, then it should only go up from here. You know what I mean? But that it doesn't, we can't name any names because who knows who it would be, right?
The only thing that I would say about this is the difference is that you have to understand the characters, the universe, and the appeal. And how do these things work? You can't just say Batman is a corporate product without understanding why does Batman work? Why is Batman endured? And a guy like Kevin Feige understands that. Alan Horn does not. Alan Horn is a guy that understands how to get the money to make Batman
1,000% disagree with you. Kevin Feige would disagree with you. Kevin Feige has talked about the creative vision and how he understands it all. So I think you're dead wrong about that.
Well, I might very well be. But you know what? If that were the case, then all of our IPs that are owned by corporations would be successful.
But that's what I'm saying.
The Star Wars movies from Force Awakens to Rise of Skywalker dropped $1 billion in grosses.
But they all made billions. It's just the thing. So under Disney, doesn't matter. Billions, except for one movie, billions. If you look at Disney structure, right? You got Disney Animation, huge success. Pixar, huge success.
They're allowed to make what they need to make.
But under the guidance, understanding, and authority of Alan Horn.
Of course. But
all I'm saying to you is this, is that if you think that Kevin Feige's success is completely divorced from the fact that it was under the leadership of Disney and their leader,
don't.
That's okay. So here's the thing. That would be a more coherent argument if it was the only thing that worked at Disney. Disney has a corporate structure and leadership with the right people in place, who know how to foster and let their individual things grow, develop, and become huge successes. One big mistake was George Lucas wanting Kathy Kennedy to be the head of Lucasfilm.
Done before Disney.
That was done before Disney, right? So that's the one glaring error on the thing. But like you said, it was done before Disney. So, and yet they still make billions of dollars. My point is that if you look back at the track record of Kevin Feige and what he was before, nobody would have looked at him and said, unless you were a leader with great vision and you were able to understand what was there, most people would have looked at Kevin Feige. Everybody watching this show right now would have looked at the list of the movies that he produced and all that kind of stuff, and those of us with more limited vision would have gone, well, he would be a terrible choice to run a studio. But there were other people who realized, as you have pointed out, there were other people who realized, no, this guy's got experience. He's got a passion for this subject matter. Let's invest in him. Let's give him some trust. Let's let him start to develop stuff himself. And what I'm saying is, never be done again with anybody else.
I'm just saying.
I just don't think. I think that's a very short-sighted view. I think somebody else can do that in circumstances as Kevin Feige was given.
Look, who's going to have time from 2000? All those comic book movies that were made in those 8 years. Kevin Feige worked. He didn't have control. He could work on them in a producerial capacity, but he himself could not exert control and go, that's not a very good idea, because he wasn't at that level yet. What he did was he took everything that he learned, the right things, the wrong things, and then he was able to create the MCU.
So he
based
grew
on,
into what he became.
But do you have somebody who's going to have 8 years to grow into that?
No, it'll be a different path. Everybody has a different path where they're trying to get.
I'm just saying that David Zaslav's talking about hiring somebody right now. Who are you going to hire? They're looking to hire somebody right now.
I know, but most people would never have known the name of Kevin Feige before.
Right, but they would have, because he...
All right, before we leave the world of the WWE, a few comments on the Ric Flair evil, WWE evil. They're doing profiles of all the dastardly heels, right? And last week was Randy Orton, and I went back and I caught some of that, but I didn't have time to go through the whole thing, but I liked this one better than I like most of these profiles and documentaries, because the younger guys, they spend the entire show pretty much, everybody all the talking heads, anybody that knows them or comments on them, and even the subject of the particular program, they will spend the majority of the time telling you how they weren't really how they made you hate them on purpose, how that it was all a carefully contrived act to make you hate them, and they weren't really like that. And with this show, everybody from Flair on down said, no, this was fucking Flair. This was Flair. It's the way he lived the whole fucking life. He was better than everybody else, and he let them know it. And he had more money and more women and blah, blah, blah. He did the whole thing. Whereas as a result of that, he doesn't have more money now or more women, but he went through it all. But at least this guy was real. That's the problem with a documentary or a profile on any of the modern talent, is the first thing you find out is they're completely not really who you thought they were. So but otherwise, I told you would love the footage on this and you would hate the talking heads. How accurate was I?
The talking heads were ridiculously inadequate for any sort of historical wrestling piece. They get the biggest bubbleheads who are only there because they blow WWE. And they know that they're safe, and they'll say stupid shit that usually isn't historically accurate. That Shoemaker guy was back.
Well, I don't, but not even historically accurate. It's like asking me to comment on the space program. What the fuck do I know about it?
If you were an expert in it, you could talk about it. But these people, they're an expert in being wrestling fans and wanting to be involved with WWE. They're not experts in actual wrestling history. And it was just a bunch of idiots giving their opinions on Ric Flair. So I don't think that helped.
I jotted some of them down. Because you said I don't even know where WWE found these people, because I don't know who some of them are. Dr. Phil, ladies and gentlemen, was legitimately on this program talking about Ric Flair. As you mentioned, who is David Shoemaker? Who is he even a fan, or what does he do in pertaining to the world, the periphery of wrestling, that you would ask him to comment on? So I've never heard the name before the last documentary where we said, who the fuck is this guy?
The Andre the Giant documentary where he talked with confidence about how Andre would tour the country as a heel and the top good guy would wrestle the heel giant all throughout the country. This guy doesn't know anything and he's an idiot. He's part of Bill Simmons' team, and he's had a wrestling podcast apparently over there for a while. And I think if you don't know, if you're a casual fan who doesn't know much, maybe you hear something like that and you think you know something, but anyone who actually knows something looks at a guy like that and goes, this guy's a fucking idiot of the highest magnitude, and he exposes himself as that every time, and he keeps doing it. And I'll say one last thing, and I've liked 30 for 30s, and I've liked some other stuff, but one of the biggest indictments of Bill Simmons is the fact that this guy who knows nothing about wrestling is the purported wrestling expert for Bill Simmons. And they use him in documentaries, ones that are part of that group, like the Andre the Giant one, and then ones like this, the guy knows nothing. And that's what's ridiculous. And I think there's too many people out there who call themselves wrestling experts or wrestling journalists or different things. And there are wrestling journalists, I'm not saying it's everyone, but there are certain people, it's just a class of idiot you don't find
Ron Bunches. He's a comedian, right? So I've seen on Twitter or something, Ron Bunches connected to being a comedian. We mentioned Dr. Phil, Peter Rosenberg, and Sam Roberts were DJs on the radio, right? So we know this one.
They're New York radio guys who are big wrestling fans, and that's what WWE looks for. Friendly radio people who will be so happy to be involved with us that they'll just blow us all the time, endlessly. And that's what they got.
But basically, Charlotte was on there, and Shawn Michaels' couple of comments, and Bruce Pritchard. At least they've never actually been in the wrestling profession. But I love the footage. They went into Flair's childhood. John Cena narrates this. They went into his childhood, and he got in trouble, and went to military school. And the AWA footage with Gagne training Chris Taylor and those guys in the barn and et cetera. And you wouldn't know who anybody was from watching this program unless you already knew who they were. Otherwise, than Vern Gagne is training wrestlers. But
and then Sam Roberts, and Vern Gagne had one of the best wrestling schools of its time, or whatever he said. I said, what? He was one of the greatest wrestling trainers of his time.
Yeah.
There weren't wrestling trainers.
Gagne would do camps every year or two, right? If he found some good prospects. When he signed Patera and Chris Taylor out of the 72 Olympics, he put a camp together that included Khosrow, the Iron Sheik, Flair, and Billy Robinson was one of the main trainers, and
Bob Ruggers.
And Bob Ruggers was in that also. And then, did he do another one a few years later when he found somebody else? It wasn't like an ongoing training. Steamboat. There you go. So, anyway, by the way, Ben Brown, if you're listening, you should have made the deal I offered you about 7 or 8 years ago, and you wouldn't have to use fourth-generation dupes of the Mid-Atlantic films. You could have the stuff transferred from the original source. I should put those back on sale now that they're advertising. But watching this footage, it just reminds me there's no heel anywhere in the business this good anymore at being a heel. I'm not even talking about in the ring or wrestling in the ring. I'm talking about a heel performer and personality that just has the package. Looks that good, knows what to do. They covered the rivalry with Dusty, which was the average man against the antithesis of the average man. Sandy Scott in the pull-apart. Did you see that one? Flair was quoted as saying, "Oh yeah, me and Dusty, we wrestled the Orange Bowl. We had 40,000 people. Fuck, I knew me and the Midnight shouldn't have left early that night. We were on third from last. We got out and beat the traffic. 30,000 more people came in." The cage match footage of the Angle in Atlanta in September of '85 when the Horsemen attacked Dusty and broke his leg, and you see the fans trying to storm the cage. Twice in 5 years, Dusty was able to do that angle in the same building, the Omni in Atlanta, with different heels, and actually Ole was in both of them, and get people to riot and climb the fucking cage to try to save him. But anyway, you know, again, all of the 80s NWA footage looks so violent, and the guys look like they're mad, and the fans they're not jumping up and down screaming at a cool move and going, holy shit, fight forever. They're jumping up and down going, kill that motherfucker, I want to see his blood, that son of a bitch, I got a gun here if you need help. That kind of, and we've lost it. We fucking lost it. And the period where WCW is so mismanaged and or buried Flair in the mid-90s and through, you know, Bischoff's bullshit. And they showed shit stains shaving his head. And again, Rick has said, and he said it again here, that he had lost his confidence at that point in time, that, you know, he was in a bad place and he was just going along with whatever. But somebody in that, I was about to say it, now I'll correct myself. I was about to say somebody in that company should have stopped that, shaving Ric Flair's head on television with the goddamn supposed head of creative involved. He should have been beaten with a fucking axe handle for being involved in that, but that was when Bischoff and all the other people with pull wanted to humiliate Flair because they could never get over him any other way. But finally, the formation of Evolution with Batista and Triple H and Orton, it gave him his confidence back, got him to, you know, enjoy the business again. And then the last segment was basically his retirement, but notoriety today. Every sports figure, sports team, what is it? Give me 2 Ric Flairs and a woo, or 2 claps and a Ric Flair, or whatever the fuck it is. And he's got a drip now too. Rick does. If you'd have told me 35 years ago Ric Flair was going to have a drip, of course, he probably has several times. But now it's actually a good thing. It's positive. It's positive to have a drip today. But, you know, it was, they weren't going into any detail whatsoever on any of the well-publicized, especially recently unsavory parts of his life, but it's a 45 minutes with commercials factored out, piece on one of the most popular and well-known wrestlers of all time, so it's going to get ratings for the USA Network, just like it did for A&E. And I love the footage, even if it was produced with a fucking trowel and a goddamn roll of duct tape. Did you love it?
I hated it when it was home. It was a family-made documentary. I mean, beyond anything, even if you like the clips, tell me that's a coherent story that they told in that documentary. Or whatever. It felt like it was 3 hours. And it was only 34 minutes. It was completely incoherent and bounced all over the place.
I will give it, whenever I even start to watch these with an element of, if you didn't know, you wouldn't know after you watched this, but I already know shit, so I just recognize it in the start.
I'm the caretaker of
So
the room.
that,
I've
the
been
shot
there,
people there,
for
because
training,
WWE, you know, that. The other thing is, I don't want to go too deep into this.
Yes. We heard those cowards playing the idea
have
of
this
munching
documentary. I don't
runs
think it's as good as
sterile, so that you're
so that
still training
when you have a documentary,
He's an executive producer too, though. Did you see that?
yeah, it's his show. And that's why he's narrating. But
skilled
Ric Flair, this documentary that presented it, like, now all these years later, look, the hip-hop guys have sports teams of them, and all the fans just accept them and love them. I don't know if there's ever been a time more than now where there are more people in the world loving Ric Flair
Who are disappointed.
without exaggeration, almost every wrestling message board, so many emails that come in,
I should get
various
going
things you see on
on
Twitter,
other grounds.
is people who love Ric Flair. And it may not even be about the helicopter thing. It's not just that. It's a culmination of a lot of different things over the last 20 years or so. But I think that was the other big thing when you're presenting it like, and now here we are all these years later, everything's just wonderful. Hey, you should have said, yeah, everything's wonderful. He's unemployable. AEW wouldn't touch him. WWE wouldn't touch him. And then they don't address anything else. I don't know. And again, it was an incoherent, babbling documentary where they just do clip after clip for no reason, with no sense. Badly done. Really, really badly done. But you had to keep him.
The wrestling footage was somewhat edited in a mix master in terms of you got something now and then something 10 years before it happened next and then back and forth and etc. But let me ask you this then. Is it kind of the same thing? Because, I mean, a lot of people are going to be upset over the dark side of the ring thing at Flair, but even still, you mentioned before that aired, more people have started on the message boards that they used to love Flair, but now it's, is it just a situation where it's kind of like Cody and AEW? At first it was fine, but then it got a little much and he wouldn't tone it down. And not related to Rick's in-ring work, but more his personal life. Do you think that it started being a thing where maybe 10 years ago, Rick, shouldn't you ought to, in the people's mind, shouldn't you ought to slow it down? And then he was near death and in the hospital because of his, as he's admitted, alcohol abuse and et cetera, et cetera. Shouldn't he at some point start acting and appearing like a 72-year-old man instead of a 72-year-old nature boy? Are people like, Rick, will you ever please slow down? We used to love you, but this has gotten too much, too far. Do you think that's it?
I think there's a lot of that. I think there's people who know a lot about the different stories, and there have been a lot of horror stories over the last 15 years. I'm no defender of Carrie Silken. Ric Flair ripped off Carrie Silken. And a lot of people know that. I'm not a big High Spots fan. Ric Flair ripped off High Spots. A lot of people know that. Ole Anderson said the reason him and Ric Flair fell out was Ric Flair borrowed money from him. Not only didn't pay him back, I think wouldn't even call him back. He's not unique with that story. There's been all these different stories. There's been scenes in bars that people have talked about. There's been rudeness to people. There's been public intoxication. I mean, it's one thing after another, and it doesn't seem like anything changes. And I compare him in a lot of ways to wrestling's Mickey Mantle. But Mickey Mantle eventually, at the very end, after his body fell apart because of alcohol abuse, it did seem like he finally changed at the very, very end. But Ric Flair, it's like going in reverse. You see people in that documentary, like even Charlotte, saying there's no separation between the person Ric Flair, or Richard Flea or whatever, and the Nature Boy. There's no separation. And I would say, but there was. Not necessarily a separation, but he understood. They had a couple clips of maybe when he was on a talk show. I'm in my suit, I'm the NWA champion, I have to be professional, I have to act professional, talk professional. Like that version of Ric Flair's gone. Like that version's gone. The one, yes sir, well, it's a pleasure to be here in this town. Like none of that. He was a heel when he was doing that stuff, but he knew how to be professional.
When he first won the title, and in 1981, remember he'd only been the Nature Boy.
Like the 10 before us, my clan tests their mettle against only the most formidable
all of a sudden,
machines.
he is bestowed the most prestigious prize in our sport, for real, legitimately, the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. And I think he'd always heard, wear the suits, which the guys at the Carolinas, him and Valentine, all those guys, they were wearing the suits beforehand, but wear the suits, dress up, the Halliburton, you're first class, you're representing the entire business.
He invented wearing suits. You watch that documentary.
Third timing.
Yeah, except for Luke Biz and Whipper Billy Watson. Buddy Rogers. But anyway, but at that point, he would still be here in wrestling programs, but when he was doing outside media, like I said, a news show or whatever, even George Michael's Sports Machine the first time, and from that early 80s period where he was still, he wanted to make sure that he didn't do anything to taint the perception of the NWA World title. Well, then by the mid-80s, and when he's pretty much come to own it, and it's come to be synonymous with him, then he started to be able to go over the top because he can get away with But then he never found that way to gear back a little bit. I mean, it just became the over-the-top nature boy.
You know, if you watch Letterman, Paul Schaefer, there's always the hip keyboard player. And he can play cool stuff, and some kind of stuff that really Johnny Carson. If you watch Letterman, Paul Schaefer became a character of himself. Wacky outfits, tiny shave, he's making faces when he plays keyboards. He's the same guy. Ric Flair, he was never going to grow up gracefully as Buddy Rogers or whatever we have in our mind. But it seems like he's become a parody of the Nature Boy person. He's just an older version of it.
I just wish he would take care of his health and etc. because, you know, he's already had a close to full there. And, you know, I'd be home underneath the dogwood tree with my feet up reading a book and watching the squirrels. But see, that's the kind of shit that makes me happy. And I don't know that Rick would have ever wanted to watch squirrels unless he could bet on who was going to climb the tree. You know, the fastest or whatever.
Unless the squirrels like kamikaze back.
Yeah, possibly unless he could get a foot all the way down so that he might. But anyway, nevertheless,
I hate it. I thought it was a horrible documentary. And I want to say thank you that that was fantastic. I did this whole thing last week. It was impressive. Again, different style, because it's really branded up his story and developing things. That was incredible. I thought that was great.
I like this program, and I like it because it was real good. It makes more wrestling talking heads that were expert, and Randy does a good job. Again, you know, where he said, you don't have to be your job to make you believe what I say. Myself, I love it. This was all this carefully orchestrated plan to be a heel and to make you, because the wrestling business is all entertainment, and we all know this now. And I just believe, at least with Flair, he was the real guy. He wants to shout to me in real life. At least there's some real to wrestling in that perspective.
Realize the one thing of your teams that they chose was the most racist one. Oh boy! Conway! Oh my God! I realized the fucking
His uncle Rick Hawk. Actually, I really think they were going to make him a relative of Rick's, and then he became a relative of the Anderson brothers. But
that was always one of the funny things, not to make light of the Ole Anderson Rick Flair personal issues. But when Ole Anderson bring up Rick Flair, oh, it's a piece of shit. But then when
You're up for another hunt?
Made him an Anderson. We made him an Anderson. Like that carries some weight.
Find out to begin the trial.
hey, at the time, that's what got Flair over. He's a member of the Anderson family. Well, that's all we need to know. Because they were over and nobody knew who Ric Flair was. It's all context, baby. All context. But I can see where Ole might be incensed. We made him an Anderson. He's going to have to turn in his membership card in the Norwegian Anderson Society.
That's right.
But you know, again, we mentioned Flair has had a lot of medical problems. And a lot of it was, you know, as we mentioned, he said alcohol related, but it tears your insides up. You know, and a very important part, I don't know if you know this, Brian, or not if you've ever studied this in school, but a very important part of your good health and your continued successful life is having a stomach. Did you know that?
I believe that's a requirement, yes.
Yes, as a matter of fact, if most people, if they have to have their stomach, intestines, and all their internal organs taken out, they don't fare too well after that. It's a slow and steady downhill slide after that. So you got to take care of your stomach. I have a first feeling about my gut. You need taken care of. Because your GI tract is in your gut. And that's actually not anything to do with the army or infantry. Because at first when I heard about my GI ensuring delivery to the colon. And as we talked about, colon delivery is sweeping the nation. People, especially when the pandemic started, instantly people started becoming colon deliverers. And now they're delivering the colons across the country. But you got to make sure if you take a probiotic and a prebiotic, this goes all the way to the colon. And that's what the folks at Seed can do for you. S-E-E-D, Seed. How else would you spell it? Because you may not know this, but not all probiotics are created equal. The Daily Symbiotic from Seed is a broad-spectrum 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic with a proprietary formulation of 24 distinct probiotic strains in scientifically studied dosages. They have sat down and studied these probiotics and how big of a strain they can be on you, and they've determined that these are not too big of a strain. You don't want to strain yourself. My mother always used to say, don't strain your milk, Jimmy. If I try to lift something, you'll strain your milk. Well, Seed won't let you strain your milk. It supports benefits in and beyond the gut. It supports ease of bloating, healthy regularity, and ease of evacuation. See, it's all part of getting all that bad shit out, moving the good shit in. So if you're bloated, that means you're full of shit. And if you don't have healthy regularity, that means you're not regularly expunging the shit that you're full of. In some cases, I know people that are so full of shit, they get rid of it every day out of their mouth, and they're still full of it. And also the ease of evacuation. Folks, when you get on Seed, this broad spectrum 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic, it will be evacuating all over the place. You will evacuate morning, evening, and night under control. And it will be ready to go. I would make appointments ahead of time prior to you, because you're going to need it. But it will be easy for you to evacuate it. This time the whole place will be empty. I mean, there'll be tumbleweeds down there. Oh, yeah. Woo, just rolling across. It'll be in the wind whistling. There'll be nothing there to stop it. It's going to be evacuated. And it also supports your gut barrier. That's a barrier between your gut and the outside world. It doesn't get in and do harmful things to it. It'll support your skin health. That's what this is. You have this Seed probiotic and prebiotic. A lot of people have had a problem in modern times with their skin falling off. And that won't happen with this. It'll stay right on you where it belongs. It'll promote your heart health and micronutrient synthesis. And I can't, let me say that again, folks, micronutrient synthesis. I can't stress this enough. Micronutrient synthesis. It's all part of Seed. Start a healthy new habit today. Visit seed.com/drive. Use the code DRIVE to redeem 20% off your first month of Seed's Daily Symbiotic. You will look better, you'll feel better, you'll eat better, and you'll shit better. Especially if you're already full of it. It's Seed's Daily Symbiotic. That's seed.com/drive. 20% off. 20% off your next dump. Courtesy of Seed and us here at the program. All right, well, we hop over to the other side of the promotional war and check out AEW. Brian, what's going on in the world of the Arcadian Vanguard Network this fine week?
Action-packed week on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. This fine week, information about all the shows on Twitter and Super Podcasts are on Facebook.
Do you have sludge in your cups this fine week?
No, but we promise the best direct you can get. Our Facebook at facebook.com/superpodcast.
Just direct?
Few notes before we get back out of here, so I'll hit you with that again. This week on Breaking Game, we're back in a narrative episode.
My God!
Dr. D, David Schultz. You can once again, mountainpod.com. Also, want to mention, shout out to the rest of Brian Solomon with a big episode this week. Brian Russell, Rob Van Dam, your RPD, Brian Solomon's name, FSUNWpod.com. Solomon, wherever you find your favorite podcast. And of course, the Big Soul Time Super Podcast. Mothership! At least I wasn't on the intercom like I was earlier. Opening week Star Wars is recorded and is edited. Just about to put it up, so the next day or so is going to be up. 4 hours or so of entertainment with me and some of the stars of this podcast talking baseball. Make sure you come to us. 605pod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcasts. 4 episodes in production. Mothership! God damn you, hold on. Yeah, the glass breaks at your ass.
You want to try something else? Very well.
The
Choice is yours. Slide down a rope to begin your trial, Hunter. this belongs to a proven hunter. Use any of the ropes to jump into the ground. I'll start the trial.
My God! Fuck!
Prize for the victor.
Come
back if you change your mind. Training is never over.
Are you
prepared for the hunt?
I'll be waiting.
Get down, you're wet. Get down.
You're mine. Gotta get the data from the drone.
Y'all need help? Do that.
Did you need something?
Aloy, think we can talk?
Okay. Maybe it's time to get everyone together so Tilda can brief us. Is there anything I should handle before that? There we go. All drones are reconnected to the dome now.
called all the dentists around. The one in Winchester will only let you come if you've been referred. So the one in Mount Sterling said that they can't do walk-in today or tomorrow or put my name on the list and call me if someone cancels their appointment. But so what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do around here if you have a dental emergency? Just suffer? I mean, I ain't got nowhere where you can just go in and they'll try to help you. Jesus Christ. That's ridiculous, man. I couldn't hurt so bad last night.
to be the head of creative. Scott D'Amore, in the process, is being quote-unquote demoted. Why Vince here, and how did the conversation go with Jim Cornette regarding the return of Russo?
So that's a two-parter. We'll cover Scott being demoted. That's, there was a time that Scott was more or less pulling the pieces. Scott could probably have a little bit of recall. I don't remember him, quote-unquote, being demoted. I knew that it was a big room and that, again, my wife was sick, so there were times that I couldn't be in the room 24/7, and I say the creative room. And so it was determined Dutch, Mike Tenay, Bill Banks, is before Matt Conway. I'm trying to think, Jeremy Borash, but have somebody sort of running point. And so it wasn't like he had this position and got demoted. It was, we're going to shrink the crew to Vince and Dutch and Jeff. But as far as like the nucleus of it, but Jeremy Borash, nobody got their pay reduced or got fired. Bill Banks and Mike and Jeremy, we used to have 3-day runs out here at the house, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for creative. I'm pretty sure it was just me, Vince, and Dutch on Tuesdays, for us to sort of get a core where it's just us as we move forward. And then on Wednesdays and Thursdays, Jeremy and Mike, the rest of the crew came out, and Scott. So the demoting is not completely accurate, but so it was a new shift. Now, how, and I tried to rack my brain. Now, I can recall Bill Banks talking about special victims units. I don't know exactly how Vince reappeared. My gut tells me he was working on Dixie, having the conversations, and it was swirling around like that. But the fun part was Vince is coming back, and I had to have the conversation with Jim Cornette.
Can't imagine that went well. We want to remind everybody they had major heat over the way Russo booked WCW, including the, I guess we'll call it a parody of Jim Ross. Of course, they had a character named Oklahoma, but they essentially mocked Bell's palsy. And boy, it got all over Jim Cornette.
Among other things.
Yes.
The real meat and potatoes were, philosophically, they do not see eye to eye at all. At all. But my conversation was like any great conversation with Jim Cornette. I mean, colorful, probably salty language here and there, but at the end of the day, it was pretty simple. And it was, Jim, look, I'm not telling you or even proposing to you, you work with him in a creative setting, coexist with him, and I can tell you and look you eye to eye, he is not the final decision maker. Him and Dutch are going to be in a room together, and Dutch has agreed, and happily so. And it was one of those conversations. And again, Jim lives in Louisville. He would drive in his car from Louisville, Kentucky to Orlando. He wanted no part of being a part of full-time creative at all. And Jim was an incredible resource, and Dutch would talk to him throughout the week, and I would as well. I mean, it was Jim, again, I'll call it the wrestling logic, and tying A to B to C to D, great at it. So there was never a conversation between, should I bring Jim on full-time as opposed to Vince? That wasn't it. I'm pretty sure Dixie wanted Vince to be a part of things, and I did agree that we need to sort of take a couple of cooks out of the kitchen and narrow it down, but then everybody was still a part of the team moving forward.
Meltz would write that you were sort of spearheading the 5-man team, but he thought the issue was that means if you've got 5 people, there's a lot of ideas, but there's no pure view. And if you're sort of running things, then whenever you vote a certain way, you're going to get most of the time the automatic approval of Dutch Mantell and Jeremy Borash. So most of the votes come down to 3-2 anyway. But now there's going to be a new 3-man team, and it's phrased again as if you're going to be essentially Russo's filter, for lack of a better word. And we want to remind everybody, Russo left in November of 2004, so here he is, just shy of 2 years, and Dixie's bringing it back. George would write, regarding the booking committee changes, one wrestler was overheard saying the monster still lives. They cut off both of his arms and one of his legs. That's referring to Scott D'Amore, Jeremy Borash, and Mike Tenay, but left with his other leg, Dutch Mantell, and his head, Jeff Jarrett, attached. So now it'll be Vince Russo, Dutch Mantell, and Jeff Jarrett as part of this three-man committee. The real question is, why does everybody hate you?
I'm the monster. Again, it's to me, it's very simple. The boss. And you can, Conrad, you live it every day. It is what it is. But the industry that I'm in, and I firmly believe, you got to have the buck stops with someone. And the scenario, again, invested my own money, starting it up, losing the investor, the Carter's coming on board. Still, we were doing everything we could to keep the ship rowing in the same direction. But why did everybody hate Jeff? On screen, I like to say that I was screen is because I was the boss.
From the torch, Jeff Jarrett closed the show with a public execution of Sting's career in preparation for the NWA title match at the October pay-per-view Bound for Glory. In the ring, there was a noose hanging from the ceiling, contract signed on a table, and a makeshift tombstone. Jarrett said that capital punishment is alive and well on Planet Jarrett. Jarrett talked about all the various ways he could have Sting's career executed. He pulled out a pen and signed the contract to face Sting. The crowd, of course, is chanting, "You suck." And Jeff vows this will be Sting's final match. Suddenly, the red Batman phone rang at the announcer's desk. Don West answered it, and it was Jim Cornette's voice on the other end. He asked to be patched into the live audience. And he says he's going to take up Jarrett on his offer to take a lie detector test. He said next week, if he passes the test, he can take a break from wrestling until Bound for Glory. He says if Jarrett fails any part of the test, he would give the fans a chance to get even with Jarrett in a very personal way. And Cornette tells Jarrett to think about whether he fears Sting in the ring or the fans in the building more. Jarrett stood near the ropes, folded his hands solemnly, and made the "I'm scared, my head hurts, this can't be happening to me, my plan is foiled, what am I going to do" face. That is directly from Wade Keller. Tell me about, there's a lot to unpack here, as I like to say. The red Batman phone, the noose, the makeshift tombstone, Cornette speaking to the studio audience through telephone. Old school.
Where do you want to start, pal? We Memphis, Tennessee studio wrestling, or are we Georgia Championship wrestling, or are we down at the Sportatorium?
That's Memphis right there, for real, is it not?
A little bit. I mean, it's again the newsletter writers. It's a visual. All of that, man. Yes, in essence.
I stopped the other day on the way home to CBS in Mount Sterling, blah, blah, blah. I got it out the key. Yeah.
It's not part of a big part of television program. Just share around bullshit. We saw this when our Gaja made it vain. People even already been there for a while. They just know you. Obviously, it's the band. But man's up looking after this. He's writing this just to say good graces with these people. You really feel like this is the band voice. Wow, you just touched on a hurricane of discussion, and I'm not sure that we have time on this show to get into it. But it was painful duplicity. Today, it's not that cool of a word, but we'll put a little art by it. There was some real duplicity going on here, and this is where, once again, you know, when I came to TA, it was like, you know what? I don't have to like Vince Russo. I do have to trust him, but I'm going to let bygones be bygones. I didn't come in with any Russo baggage. I didn't come in with a chip on my. None of that. You know, once I made the decision to go there, I left all my baggage behind, and I wiped the slate clean and said, all right, I'm going to give this another shot. I'm going to be an adult. I'm going to be a pro. Let's move forward. And of course, you know, before I actually signed on a dotted line, Dixie wanted me to get together with Russo, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, Vince Russo can be one of the most charming people you ever engage in conversation with. He can be. He's a great salesman when he's selling himself. He's a great salesman. And because I wanted it to be true, I wanted to believe that we could make it work. Which, when you want to believe something, you put your, excuse me. When I want to believe something, I drop my guard completely. I don't go into it with one hand up or like this. I lead with my chin. Because otherwise, you're not really giving a relationship a chance. For me, now other people all operate different ways, and maybe it works that way. But for me, if I'm going to engage with somebody, I can't go in half-ass or in the back of my mind not trusting them or any of that kind of shit. I just can't. So once again, you know, that's why when you and I first started working together and Vince Russo's name came up, and I said, that will never happen. I will never share stage with him. I'll never do a show with him. There will never, ever in my lifetime be a situation where you'll see me and Vince Russo together for any amount of money, realistically. It's because I gave him 2 shots and I got fucked over twice. And what was going on here, it's really, I have to really put myself in a different headspace and go into real detail here because there's a lot of moving pieces. But Vince would call me, and I don't know if you've been around Vince enough or talked to Vince enough, but when he wants to be the sympathetic baby face, it's like, oh man, he would call me, oh Eric, oh, she's driving me crazy. I can't even do a Vince impersonation. I just won't. But bro, it wasn't even bro. It was like he was defeated. He was almost on the verge of tears. It's like, I'm trying so hard. Dixie's wanting to put herself on television. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Oh my God, you gotta help me. So leading with my chin, I'd go in and do my best to shit on that. Not shit.
Summation of events, it's just as absurd and distorted, and it's just hard for me to follow. Honestly, when you read this stuff back to me, so much of it is nonsense. So much of as you
Wilson is now Douglas's head cheerleader, and Douglas is at least good at getting a woman over. 2 stars. So once again, some low blows and some interference. Par for course. Let's get to why we're here. This is directly from the Observer. Hulk Hogan pinned Jeff Jarrett to theoretically win the WCW title. Vince Russo came out looking forlorn. Jarrett came down. Russo told him to lay down. Russo threw the belt in the ring like he was mad. Hogan put his foot on Jarrett for the pin. Jarrett got right up and walked out and didn't look very happy in the process. Hogan said it was bullshit like this that Russo was doing that was ruining wrestling. The announcers went on and on about what they saw, just saying it was real life, not a part of the format, etc. Mark Madden, who hates Hogan, took great delight, clearly thinking it was a shoot and that Hogan was exposed for what he is. So that's sort of the feedback from the Observer and the rundown. Any response to that before we move along? Of course, we're going to circle back.
You know, as goofy as some of the shit that you laid out to me, you know, in place in a match, and it was. As you read this back to me, and at the same time trying to put it back in my mind and remember it or visualize it, it's just god awful. It really is. But so is Dave Meltzer's summation of events. It's just as absurd and distorted, and it's just hard for me to follow. Honestly, when you read this stuff back to me, so much of it is nonsense. So much of it is, you know, Meltzer trying to prove he knows what's going on and he's an expert, and he sees things that other people don't see. And he's so wrong about so much that it's really hard to listen to. Just like those matches were hard to watch, so is some of the stuff that he it's just hard to listen to.
Well, it's going to get better. Vampiro came back. A whole bunch of things came out with makeup. One of them actually named wrestler Chris Harris. Hit Vampiro with a bat, with the announcers asking the question if it was the real Sting. God, after 4 years, they still make their announcers look like idiots, and they wonder why nobody believes any of their angles. When Vampiro came back, in the background you could see Hogan and his son, Nicholas, leaving the building, quote-unquote, wrestling with shadows, with young son Blade in tears as Daddy was screwed by the evil promoter. So he's clearly showing that, hey, this is clearly an angle, and they're borrowing this storyline from Wrestling with Shadows. And you're
oh my God! Oh, Meltzer, you've been sucking on the teat of the Hart family for way too long.
In the Observer, Dave Russo then came out and tried to do a face interview. Nobody reacted to what he said. They were kind of embarrassed to have him do his pep talk in the paid crowd, apparently not computer savvy enough to be in on all things that happened during the week. Has no clue what he was talking about. Russo talked about his wife and 3 kids, and he didn't know he would come back. But he did, out of loyalty to all the great wrestlers in WCW, and as everyone in the WWF will attest, if nothing else, Russo is loyal. He came to save the career of Booker T, MIA, FAs, and Jarrett, and started ripping on the egomaniac Hulk Hogan. Hogan played his creative control card, and he says that Hogan insisted that he win the title from Jarrett. So he gave Hogan a belt, so that he would never see Hogan again. The basic theory seems to be that eventually breaking up WCW into a Bischoff-led group on one show would actually be the Millionaires Club, against the Russo-led group on another show, The New Blood, which was probably the original idea for April, but they felt swerving everyone that they put together and giving 12 weeks of programming that made no sense was more important, I guess. He then said Jarrett would wrestle Booker T for the new title because the old one was dead and buried, because Hulk Hogan can kiss my ass. And then he did all that right off the top of his head, made for great TV for me. But the crowd reacted about like they did when Andy Kaufman faked a shoot and faked breaking character on Saturday Night Live all those years ago. So Meltzer loved this and thought it made for great TV.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
But he admitted that it made no sense to the crowd. And this is
but he loved it anyway, because he loved it. Because it made no sense.
When did you see, I mean, obviously you said your phone was blown up and you heard that he sort of went into business for himself. When did you actually see the footage? Did you get did somebody already have a pay-per-view? Did you order a replay?
No, like I said, we heard about it as soon as we landed. It was like a 30-minute flight, I think, from Daytona to Clearwater Beach. And again, we were high-fiving all the way to Hulk's plane and on the plane, and we thought, okay, great. We've got a great story. We know where it's going to end in October. We know how it's going to end, and we were excited about it. We knew we were going to be able to make the title important again and kind of clean up some of the horrible mistakes that I had made and others had made during that period of time, and we felt like we were on the right track. And when literally, probably a couple minutes after the plane touched down and we got cell signals, both Terry and I were sitting next to each other on the jet, and both of our phones just lit up like Christmas trees. And we had various people calling us and saying, "Did you see what Russo did? Did you hear that promo? Whatever." And we didn't have any way to watch it. Once we got back to Hulk's house, we literally we were just talking to people. I mean, I guess we could have ordered a replay, but we didn't. We were just talking to people that we were there and trying to understand, because initially it was like, well, wait a minute, that's not what we talked about. That's not what Brad Steve and all of us agreed to do. And he literally went into business for himself. In the first probably 45 minutes of being in Clearwater, was like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. We were trying to make sense out of something that made no sense until it finally dawned on us that the dude actually had the balls to go into business for himself. And by that point, it was a declaration of war. There was no let's watch it and see. We had a clear idea what happened and it was not what was supposed to happen. It was,
Well, let's talk about the rest of the card, and then we'll circle back. Bill Goldberg and Diamond Dallas Nash, Kevin Nash, in 4 minutes and 4 minutes. Nash said if he could win a free callback, he would leave the company. Not much of a match. Scott Steiner came out and the guy was his best friend. He turned on him at the end. I think there's 4 pay-per-views in a row with a qualified match in the card at the exact same finish. Goldberg then sweeped the jackhammer Nash and ripped up Paul's contract. Half a star. You know what? I'm going to say this one, and we'll just circle back because I want to talk about that on the Scott Hall episode. T. Penn Jarrett to win the new belt in 13 minutes and 40 seconds. The announcers did a great job getting the belt match over. They worked hard, but they were very nervous because the match had a lot of slow spots and things were off. The didn't want near fall, and of course the obligatory ref bump. They teased the belt shot finish, and Jarrett then gave the recovering Billy Silverman the stroke, which made no sense. But T hit the Uranagi hard drop and fully closed up right in. 10 of 10, 3 stars. And I guess we should say that, let's see the thing. Vince Russo has Booker T winning the world title is the proudest of his career. Your thoughts?
Russo has gotten himself over from the very beginning. First came to WCW, his big pitch, which is his position was I'm going to get all the guys, all the boys in the back, the older guys who have kept the younger guys down. He's always been the underdog's hero, right? That's how he's always gotten himself over. Even as recently as being disinvited to the All-In event, his position was, you know what, bro, if it means that I have to stand up for myself so that no young guy or young girl is ever hurt in the ring because of what I believe is the right way and the wrong way, to present the sport, then that's okay with me. Or he uses his, convenient religious, perspective to use that as his defense. He's always trying to be somebody's protector. And I think in this case, look, that match was never supposed to happen. The reason that match was awkward is because it wasn't supposed to happen. The end of it was supposed to be Hogan walking out with the title. It was not supposed to be a Jarrett Booker T match and Booker T getting the title. That's a fact. That was Russo going into business for himself. That was not supposed to happen. That pay-per-view was supposed to end with Hulk Hogan walking out with the fucking title. Or at least that's how the little title story was supposed to end. So that's just Russo once again trying to make himself a hero by putting Booker T over and having the ability to say, yeah, but
I'm such a supporter of African Americans, and I was ahead of my time that I wanted to put Booker T. It's bullshit. That's the reason why I don't. Look, I've said this to you before. Before we even started doing this podcast, I believe, I don't have to like anybody that I work with. I really don't. It's not a prerequisite. But I have to have a level of trust.
So many have to die just to get water.
There's at least...
Did you try talking to your commander, Scalding Spear?
Doesn't mean I have to agree.
Please, the only thing she'll listen to is the sound of the
I have to absolutely see things the
About
same
that,
way.
you might have years of my side
The
that
same way
pertain to
other
it.
people remember them.
I'm just passing through a drop.
I'll lie and manipulate and con. He's got a problem with that. And that's Vince Russo, in my opinion. And there's so many things that I like about him. There's so many reasons why I wish I didn't feel the way I felt. I tried, after, he boned us both. And by the way, Hulk Hogan ended up,
This is
with a
it.
big smile on his face as a result of what went down at Bash at the Beach 2000. He and his attorney. I went out to dinner with them after they settled their case. And they never told me, because they were under strict confidentiality. They never told me the outcome. The only thing Hulk Hogan told me over dinner with Henry Holmes was that, my God, I love getting fired. I mean, that was a horrible, horrible mistake on Russo's part, because he let his ego and his emotion, get the better of him, and he wasn't honest about it. He's still not honest about it to this day.
So let's sort of set the stage, because Booker T says before the pay-per-view he got a call, and they told him that he's in line next, and Sunday was going to be his night. So this is probably...
He got a call from who?
Well, he says he doesn't remember who called him.
All right, then I don't remember where it came from, so don't ask me.
I wasn't asking that. I'm saying he knew the night before, at least, that he was going to become the champion. So seemingly, Russo sort of had this in his back pocket the whole time. What time did you, carry me through the day. You guys arrive at Bash at the Beach. What's your interaction like? Is there extensive back and forth? I know you referenced the whole moment with, the trailer and the conference call. About what time was that happening? Is this 2 hours before the show? 4 hours before the show? Do you recall?
All right. Here's the day as best I can remember it. As I said, my father passed on the 4th of July. I was in Minneapolis during the week. Hulk and I were going back and forth over what we wanted to do. Vince, of course, had his own ideas about what he wanted to do. There was not a lot of communication between, the parties other than Terry and I. And quite frankly, that's all that mattered at that point. Or at least that's all I was concerned about. My father's funeral took place, I believe, it was either that Saturday morning or that Sunday morning. Either way, I had booked my flight to get into Daytona Beach, and I knew I was going to be about a half hour late, 45 minutes late. I was in Minneapolis, and that was the best I could do. There was a service after the funeral and all that kind of thing, and I wasn't going to cut that short. So I called Janie, and I called Russo and said, look, our production meetings were usually around noon, and that's where we would lay out TV and finishes and, whatever everybody needed to know from a production point of view. And I knew I was going to be late, so I gave everybody a heads up. And I told Russo, do not start the production meeting until I get there, because I suspected, I should say, what he would do. I knew he would hijack it. I suspected he would. So I got there, and I was actually a little later than that. I probably came in about an hour late, about 1 o'clock, and went right to the room where the production meeting was taking place, and they were just wrapping up, which means they started probably ahead of time. And I knew right then there was something going on. That was not supposed to happen. From that point, I confronted Russo. We went back and forth. I brought Hulk into the conversation. We listened to his ideas one more time. I laid out my idea one more time. We tried to reach a compromise. Then we ended up at the bus. That was pretty much the layout of the day. So if you're telling me that someone who nobody remembers had a conversation with Booker T, who doesn't remember who had the conversation with him, my gut tells me it was probably Russo, and my gut tells me it was premeditated. My gut tells me he probably put himself as either a TV or. My gut tells me he knew exactly what he was going to do, because he knew that his own angle. It's only going to make sense to me. I don't know if it makes making sense to you or to other people that are listening to this, but having been there and having lived through it, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly feels that way, especially when Booker got the heads up the day before. What was Hogan's day like that day? Was it anything out of the ordinary? I mean, y'all ever discuss that? I mean, as far as, the actual pay-per-view day here, were any of the boys behaving differently? I mean, you sort of said that you felt like something was up. Did Hogan have a similar experience to the best of your knowledge?
No, I mean, the only thing that threw me off, that suggested to me that things were a little bit out of whack, was the fact that, Russo chose to, start the production meeting without me after I told him not to. That's a pretty big red flag.
Who at the production meeting knew your planned finish, which was a fuck finish anyway? I mean, because the reason I ask is because Vince has said that the announcers didn't know what was going to happen. Only you, him, and Holman. Not about him coming back out, but about the stupid finish with Jarrett. So if you did, I guess my question is, what did it fucking relate to the production meeting? You weren't talking about that anyway. Okay, let me start over. I probably did a poor job. If he started the production meeting without you, who would have been in that production meeting? Everybody. So Vince also says that you guys were sort of working the boys, and that the plan was you were going to have him walk out with the belt and Jarrett Lane, and that all went according to plan. Russo says nobody knew that. We were working everybody. The only people who knew that was the plan were you, himself, and Hogan. And obviously Jarrett's going to be smart enough, but that the announcers and everybody else will know. So the question is, if no one in the production meeting knew what the finish was going to be anyway, why did it matter?
It wouldn't matter because, production meeting can cover a lot of things. Like, number one, capitalize, timing, what people are going to say, how they're going to say it to the announcers. It wouldn't necessarily disrupt anybody. I certainly wouldn't disrupt anybody up in that building. But I would have made sure that we were able to cover that series of events appropriately so that we could tell us. You said to start the production meeting and start laying out finishes around me. A lot of the other cards, that should have never happened. I should have been able to say, we're not going to do that. The same way, by the way, when it happens every single week when you have a bunch of players, you have a bunch of agents, you have a bunch of real professional people running on TV, and Vince McMahon has the opportunity to go, we're not going to do that. That's how it's run.
We'll talk about this movie work boys. What was the thinking at the time? I mean, Meltzer was even being pretty critical of that newsletter. In this company, nobody knows for sure what the thinking about it. Why did you think the move was workable?
Because the boys were feeding Meltzer and all of Meltzer's information. When Meltzer got the information that we were considering maybe the third man in the U.S. he got from all the boys. He was the nobody wants to hear, nobody really gets excited hearing about or talking about. But you have to understand the culture of the industry. Now we're going back to the 80s and 90s, mid-90s, early 2000s. Before Dave Meltzer, for the most part, had a corner on the dirt in the inside information. And I don't want to spend this entire podcast on this. But in order to understand why I have the disdain for some of the shit that you tell me Dave Meltzer wrote, as well as others, it's because I understand the impact that it had on the business, much more than you do or anybody else listening to this does, because I was in the business when it was occurring. But back in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, when Meltzer was just writing whatever bullshit any third-string fucking player and jabroni that wanted Meltzer to write something positive about that person. You'd have a third-string guy or some new guy or some mid-card guy. All they really wanted was attention from Meltzer because they knew, that talent knew, that at least at Turner Broadcast, if some executive in Turner read something in a dirt sheet. And by the way, these executives lived off dirt sheets because they knew nothing about the business. They never came to an event. They never spent any time in the office. They never really asked any questions. But they were directly or indirectly responsible for the wrestling division. So what did they rely on for information? They relied on the dirt sheets. Every wrestler in WCW knew that. When I got there as a third string backup to a backup announcer, I figured that out pretty quickly. That all of the talent knew that corporate Turner relied, and one person in particular who was designated as the wrestling expert, a guy by the name of Jeff Carr, who was in the programming division of Turner Broadcasting. He whether he wanted it or not, he was considered the wrestling expert, and he never left his office. All he would do is read dirt sheets, and that would give him his basis of fact and opinion. And every wrestler knew that. So all they did was feed Dave information that they thought Dave wanted to hear, so in the hopes that Dave Meltzer would write something good about them, or at least not bury them, which is probably more the case more often than not. And that sewage would float up to Turner Broadcasting, and it would affect a lot of decisions.
You're going back home.
It directly
Thanks to this
WCW. Again, when I first got there, before I was in control. And that's one of the reasons why. When people say, why do you beat up on Dave Meltzer? Why do you have such a hard on for dirt sheets? That's why. Because I saw the negative and the adverse impact that it created. Because ignorant people who were too fucking lazy to get out of their chair and learn about the business that they were supposedly overseeing would just as soon, read what Dave Meltzer wrote and make up their minds what WCW should be doing based on that. And as we have discovered, a la Babel being the third man in the NWO, Dave Meltzer's shit was horrible. I respect him. Dave has been in the business for a long time. Dave has made a lot of money in the business. And I respect that. I really do. I don't dislike Dave Meltzer. I abhor what he did to the business during that period of time. Because I saw it. I did. Right at the beginning of this time.
I don't know. This is one of those moments where I feel like it's just a good time to remind people that you go to ericbischoff.com. You can actually pick up a shirt. Eventually, Eric will approach that call name. And we've got a handful of shirts over there. I've been sort of beating the drum for a while that I love these fire shirts. Then the old FedEx font, because that's how Eric North FedEx. And one day he'll fire me the same way. But his favorite shirt, for sure, next week we can get that Colonel Truth. And I don't recall, or quite frankly,
Whoa. When was the last time I said that?
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. It is sort of your gimmick now. So, like,
I do
addition to your own sphere,
what
you have a kind of second sight,
where you originally
especially for matters that have to do with
I don't remember exactly, but I need to just lean on. I don't recall, so we can sell some fucking t-shirts.
I can't remember well, I still recall.
Well, and you won't recall when you had a better conversation with Eric Bischoff. Now, I can't promise that when he calls, he won't fucking ramble on for 7 minutes. But go ahead and pick up a shirt at ericbischoff.com. He's going to call and show you how to make a fucking, 4-egg omelet. I don't know.
You're going to ask me what time it is, and I'm going to tell you how to make a watch.
Yeah.
But we're going to go back. You asked me why work the boys. That was a question that led me onto my diatribe. I had to work the boys because the boys were all feeding information to Meltzer.
So Tony even says on air, we've all been swerved. And Madden said, we're deviating from the script. And I know that Russo says they didn't know, but those feel like those feel like bad lines.
Oh, they weren't.
Russo, you're going to love this little nugget. Are you ready for this?
Fuck, brother, I just poured myself another Jameson. I'm ready for anything.
Russo said he wore the Giants jersey to make it look like a shoot because any other time he always wore a New York sports jersey when he was on TV.
He's a fucking douchebag. Always has been, always will be.
That's mean. I like it. Let's talk about this. This is a great question we get a lot of. Why were there 2 world titles there that night? That, to me, seems like evidence that we knew that this was going to be the finish. And I actually read the book on the Big Gold, called The Big Gold Belt, and it was written by my buddy Dick Bourne.
Why does it always give us water?
A company in Marietta, actually made as copies of the belt. So that night, Jarrett wore a
guards around the
gold,
world.
You can't just
like
take
cast
away our
copy
water.
of the big gold, and that's what Hogan left with. But Hogan for years thought he actually had the real original belt.
We know the way of the
That's
desert.
what Booker T would
What's
win from
stopping
Jarrett
us
later that
from
night.
taking what we want?
Did you even know at the time that there were two copies of the belt there?
No.
I mean, it doesn't seem like something that anybody would have really paid attention to. Nitro is worth mentioning. The next night did a 2.6. Now, the week prior, 4th of July weekend, did a 2.3. So the rating is up, bro. The promo itself, I think, is pretty famous. Everybody's heard that. But let's talk about the death of WCW. And you're actually going to get to defend this with R.D. Reynolds. They wrote in the book there that Russo got mad and quit again on June 15th. And this time he was really upset over Lex Luger, Kimberly, and Elizabeth. That he sent them all home earlier and had no plans to ever use them again. Really was sort of what got the problem going. Do you remember there being that sort of being the catalyst, the straw that broke the camel's back? Something with Luger, Kimberly, and Elizabeth?
Absolutely not.
I was glad to put an end
What my challenge was what happened at Bash at the Beach. I was done after that.
No,
Even in some of the
that was June 15th, what I was referencing before he left.
plan
Sort of came
has
back.
never seemed to run
I
out
don't
of
know that I really
problems.
even knew that the
Tell me
reason
which
he
one we're
left
dealing with now?
was gone.
We'll find out soon enough.
The reason he left is because I was pressuring him to come up with a flippant plan. That's why he left.
The reason he left was the same reason he left in TNA. The same reason he melted down there was because he's a one-trick pony with nothing under the hood who doesn't understand how to tell a story other than the story that he wants to tell in a given match. He's a clusterfuck finish guy that is passionate about one idea that has no idea how to connect it to the rest of the story. He just doesn't. He's not a writer. It would be like me calling myself an astronaut because I have a private pilot's license. He wrote, he was a writer in a goofy wrestling magazine. He conned himself into being in a creative position in WWE, and then he conned himself again in WCW and in TNA. But the guy does not have a creative bone in his body in terms of a long-term story. I'm not suggesting he doesn't have good ideas, momentary ideas, but that doesn't make you a writer. That just makes you, an idea person. He's not a writer. And the pressure on him to tell me a three-month story, an arc, a beginning, a middle, and an end. Every fucking book you ever read has a beginning and a middle and an end. Every movie that you watch, if you watch a movie that's 90 minutes, the first 20 minutes of that is Act 1. Act 2 is the largest portion of the movie, and Act 3 is about the same length as Act 1. It's a beginning and a middle and an end. You set up the story. You create the stakes in the middle of the story in Act 2, and then you pay it off and you show us the journey in Act 3. It's really simple shit. It's not that hard to figure out. Every single story that's ever been told is based on one of 7 simple stories from the beginning of fucking time. And Vince Russo couldn't grasp that. That's why he cracked. That's why he cratered. That's why he went home. And the fact that he blamed it on other people is just representative of his fucking whiny shit.
So you wrote in your book that that's really the end. That's really the end for you and Russo. You were done with him, and you told Brad you couldn't work with him. Brad wants to set up a meeting with you guys out in LA, and you agree and assume that he's going to side with you since you had ran the plan by Brad and Brad approved it. Instead of coming down on one side or the other, which you probably assumed he'd come down on your side, he tries to make it work somehow. And you write, I don't think Brad understood the magnitude of the problem or the fact that Hogan intended to sue. Russo was a great whiner. He'd get these puppy dog eyes and be very emotional. He was a good con artist. I was shocked that Brad seemed to be trying to find a way to talk. Maybe he was overwhelmed by Russo's passion for his position. But looking back, I think Brad didn't want to report to the people that he reported to that he had to fire Russo. Even though he didn't like the dark, no-star approach and the stunts Russo had pulled, he couldn't bring himself to pull the plug. And you write that you made it easy for him. What'd you do?
Told them I'd leave. I had no desire to work there. I was very, as we covered early on in this podcast, I didn't need it. I was excited about the prospect of coming back if there was a chance to make it right, to make it work. But at that point, clearly, that wasn't an option. WCW was way more fucked up at that point than it was when I left in September of '99. And there was no hope of making it better under the circumstances that I was in. So it was just way too easy for me to pursue the other opportunities that I had. I didn't need the money. I didn't need the headache. I didn't see an option. Look, I'm not a money guy. I'll work for free if I have passion and believe in what I'm doing. It's not always about the money for me. But at that point, there was no financial incentive. I had my deal. Brad wanted to send me home, under the second agreement that I had, which was,
They say only those who are exiled leave your lands.
Cool.
There are
Or make a decision to give me the ability to run the company the way I thought it should be run, at least the creative side of it. Cool. Just don't put me in the middle. It's either one or the other.
Sounds like a difficult
It's either black or it's white, but there was no gray area for me. And I forced him to choose. And he chose. And he chose, I think, because politically, again, this is nobody wants to get into the weeds, and I understand this fucking boring and all that shit. But at that time, at that moment in time, every single head of any division of Turner Broadcasting, WCW, CNN, the Atlanta Braves, TNT, TBS, Headline News, New Line Cinema, Hanna-Barbera, Turner Home Satellite, you name it. Everybody, every executive that was in charge of any one of those divisions, they all had stock options. And those stock options were based on performance. And the last thing in the middle of a merger anybody wants to do is get shit canned and lose their stock options, or underperform and lose their stock options. And Brad was under a lot of pressure. I get it. I don't talk to him. I haven't seen Brad in years. We have mutual friends that I cross paths with in Hollywood from time to time. But I still have a tremendous amount of respect for Brad. But he made a poor choice. He didn't have the balls to do what he needed to do and call the ball the way he knew he should have called it. But he had to call the ball politically, and he did. He couldn't fire Russo because he hired him 4 months earlier, 5 months earlier.
Where are you going?
You made a horrible mistake. Just take the loud, obnoxious guy who's already pissed off half the executive committee of Turner Broadcasting just to make him go. It was an easier decision for him. I get it. Cool with it. If I see Brad, walking down the street in Beverly Hills, I'll buy him a beer. I get it.
Yeah, you wrote in your book, Brad seems to have seen this as the path of least resistance, talking about accepting you stepping aside. So he took it. Brad didn't like confrontation or tough decisions. And then you also reiterate that he really didn't understand what this legal problem was going to represent. And I know that you really don't know the number. But if you had to guess, this was a 2-comma settlement, right?
Not going to go there. Can't get me to go there.
Hogan wrote in his book, little by little, Russo and WCW just ran the product into the ground and out of existence. And for me personally, those 2 years when he was in charge were hell. The only thing this guy was clear about the wrestling business was that he wanted me out. And then came the last straw at Bash of the Beach 2000. And then he wanted Scott Steiner, who was known as Big Papa Pump, to come into the ring and help Jeff Jarrett beat me up. Hell, they were going to beat me up so bad, I would have to be taken out of the arena on a stretcher. It didn't surprise me. At that point, I was used to having to lose matches and get carried on a stretcher, so all I said was, okay, then what? What are we going to do the next night on Nitro? And Johnny Ace, Vince Russo's liaison, said, after Bash at the Beach, Vince doesn't have any more plans for you. And Hulk said, but I have several months left of my contract, and he's not going to bring me back. That doesn't work for me. And Johnny Ace suggested as an alternate finish where Jarrett would win the title but get DQ'd somehow, and then I would beat everybody up and look like Superman. And as I was kicking everybody's ass, Jarrett would sneak out with the title belt. Vince Russo was trying to appease my ego with that finish, but just like the other scenario, I wouldn't be coming back. So I told Johnny Ace, sorry brother, that doesn't work for me either. Obviously, I had to talk to Russo in person, so I went early to the Bash at the Beach and sat down on a bus with Russo and Bischoff. And I said, look, Vince, I know you want me to leave WCW, but my contract gives me creative control. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to beat Jeff Jarrett for the title tonight, then I'm going to leave with the belt, and WCW will start a tournament and name a new champion. The finals of the tournament will be held at a major pay-per-view, where I will claim my position as the real world champion. The outcome would give me a continuing role at WCW, and the important thing was that I wanted to keep my career at WCW beyond into that on a positive note, so I could pick up again at the same level somewhere else. It sounds reasonable as far as I was concerned.
Not have to be a closet with a water, but
You got all pissed off and said, that's not what I want. I want Jeff Jarrett to win tonight, and if I was going to screw you, I'd just tell Jeff Jarrett to lay down in the middle of the ring and the hell with it. And I said, sure, that'll really work. Jeff Jarrett can just lay down and I can pin him 1, 2, 3 and take the belt. But if we do that, we're going to piss off a lot of people who want to see us wrestle. And Russo said, that's what I'm going to do. I want Jeff Jarrett to lay down, and I insisted, but that's screwing the fans over. Is that the way you sort of remember it? I know you laid out your version. It's not that different than Hogan. Do you remember that finish being Russo's suggestion and Hogan sort of going with it?
No. Look, Hulk's my best friend.
Sure.
I just talked to him.
we're gonna have to do some climbing.
You know,
Nothing we can't handle.
I've said this before. I'll say it again a million times. And our listeners can shoot holes in it. They can call bullshit. Whatever they want to do. I don't really give a shit at this point in my life. It doesn't matter to me anymore. We all remember things from our own perspectives. Right? We all
In a very
have
dense
told these stories a million times over.
I need to think of those.
Each time we tell them, because we're
The machines
storytellers.
first.
Because we're entertainers. The things that we've done. We tell these stories over and over again, and sometimes we remember things differently, or we add a little, or lose a little, to the point where after 100 times or 1,000 times, whatever, we remember the stories the way we remember them. And I think that's the case here. I'm guilty of it too. I know I am. It's one of the reasons I was reluctant to do this kind of a podcast. Because if it was 20 years ago, you know, we don't have all of the data. We're relying for the majority of our podcast. We're relying on the credibility of Dave fucking Nelson, a spreadsheet writer who makes shit up to sell jerseys to people. But that's what we're using as the basis for so much of our discussion. And the truth is, whether it's Dave Nelson, Eric Bishop, Paul Hogan, or anybody else, or Vince Russo, or Bret Hart, we all kind of have our version of the truth. I'm telling you, my version of it is that Paul's recollection of that is about 75% accurate, about 25% so. And he's my best friend. So, you know, wherever it ends, it ends. But, you know, not quite accurate, at least from my perspective. Maybe it is for his, but not for mine.
Oh my gosh. He wrote in his book, you know, that he didn't like the suggestion that he was holding Booker T down for the last 14 years, or something like that. He says that it took a toll on me. I lost salary, merchandise royalty revenue, and my standing and reputation in the wrestling business. But the biggest hit I took was in my own head. After what Vince Russo did and said about me on television, I started second-guessing myself. I started wondering if maybe I wasn't what he said I was, and I had become increasingly depressed. For the next couple of years, it seemed nobody remembered that I was the guy who made Wrestling King in the 80s and 90s, and nobody remembered that I was the guy who slammed Andre the Giant. All I heard was, aren't you the guy who was too old to wrestle and got fired by Vince Russo? And how could you let him say those things about you? In the meantime, I sued WCW for breach of contract and defamation substantially based on his incident with Vince Russo. And in the suit, I pointed out that I was supposed to be used on a certain number of pay-per-views a year as a featured wrestler, and WCW didn't do that. I also pointed out I had creative control, which meant that anything WCW did with me, I had to agree to. But the interview that Vince Russo gave after my match with Jeff Jarrett was something we never discussed. Adding to it all, the outcome of my match with Jarrett was not as we agreed, and it violated my WCW contract. Unfortunately, the lawsuit could only get me the money that was coming to me, It couldn't restore my reputation or repair the enormous emotional damage done to my self-esteem and embarrassment and emotional distress caused to me and my family. I needed to fix myself somehow. I needed to lift that dark cloud that was hanging over my head. I just didn't know if I could still do that. So you're leaving. You just got a show picked up by UPN. The fishing's good that time of year in Wyoming. So you're home. Hogan's suing. How often are you guys in touch about this, and how much of this is for real? Was Hogan really sort of in his head about sort of being forced out of WCW this way?
That part was really accurate. It hit him pretty hard. And the fact that we both got swerved by Russo, because we're both pretty smart guys, and usually, when in situations like this, you generally, know how to protect yourself. But I think leaving that building, that was the mistake. Going back and replaying the whole thing after, doing this podcast with you, trusting Vince Russo, that was the first mistake. The second mistake was associated with that is, we should have never, knowing we shouldn't have trusted Vince Russo, leave the building where we couldn't have corrected, even in an improvisational way, what he did. That was the second mistake. And I think, from my point of view, I was done. I wasn't worried about my reputation. I wasn't Hulk Hogan. I hadn't spent 25 years being Hulk Hogan. I was simply, the WCW guy. And I had other things that I was, ready to do anyway. So I wasn't as emotional about it as Hulk was, but it did bother him, and we did talk a lot and often. And I knew he was going to sue. And I knew he was going to sue that night. Once we arrived in Tampa and we heard what happened, I was 100% confident he was going to sue, and I was 100% confident he was going to win. But it did take, an emotional toll on him.
Vince Russo has said that Jeff Jarrett believed this was all a shoot that night. Did you ever have a conversation about that night with Jeff Jarrett? Did he believe it was all a shoot that night, or what was he thinking was the plan that evening?
I've never talked to Jeff about it.
Vince also claims that even though everyone felt like they were in agreement about the finish on Friday, even allegedly, Russo says that he sent Johnny Ace to Hogan's house on Friday to map out what the finish would be. Vince says that Hogan's attorney actually faxed a memo to the office after hours on Friday saying that this doesn't work for me, brother. Did you ever hear of a fax like that, or is that more Russo did?
No, that's true.
So, I'm just fascinated by this. Hogan would call his attorney and have his attorney say,
Water.
Hey, brother,
Barely a lick
back
of
to
work.
the office. Just say,
But there
that
are no
doesn't work for me,
springs in
brother.
this
It's on HH at the bottom.
No, I told him
Something else.
just so there was a legal paper trail, right?
These anchors. Gunslinger must have used them to get up the cliff.
Allegedly, Jarrett believed this was all a shoot until the very next night, and that's when Russo smarts him up that was the original plan, but he sort of piled on at the end. Meltzer reported, Hogan, in his obligatory interview with Bubba the Love Sponge, said his version was he went to a meeting with Jarrett, Russo, and Bischoff. Jarrett had to leave the meeting to interfere in a match. Hogan said he thought it was weird because Jarrett never came back, and they weren't done going over the match. Hogan said he jobbed to Jarrett, but when he found out Russo didn't want to use him anymore and was asking what his plans were, he said there's nothing left for you to do, and that only left he should insist on winning, which made Russo go nuts. And he said when he was trying to calm Russo down, Russo was cussing him out. Do you remember Russo getting fired up and cussing you guys that day?
No. Russo would not. He's the most passive-aggressive, non-confrontational person I've ever done business with. If he's hot, he's going to go bitch to his wife. He's not going to confront the person he's hot.
They called Siegel, who agreed that Hogan would win to it, and Hogan thought it was resolved, and Johnny Ace came up with a finish. And he says on Bubba the Love Sponge, I had my blades with me. And the idea here is, it's sort of the old school thing, if somebody tries to fuck you around, you've got your blades with you so you can sort of defend yourself. Did you think Hogan went out there that night thinking there was a double cross and had blades on his person? No. I love that creative license when it needs to jazz the story up.
Well, I've seen a lot of shit on Bubba Love Sponge through that really dark period of his life.
Sure.
And
I love him like a brother. I really do. But there were times during that period of time that he was sharing on this show, because Bubba was using him up north a lot. And between his back surgeries and his divorce, his kid was going through, Hogan has said himself, he'd wake up and drink a half a bottle of vodka, a fistful of pills. He said a lot of shit on Bubba the Love Sponge. It came back to haunt him. Doesn't necessarily mean, whatever. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Let's just move on. One of the things that make me laugh is one of these Bubba appearances. He says, I'll be on Raw tonight, except I can't get out of my contract. And he claimed that he was going to call McMahon to see if he could get his son Nicholas to show up on Raw and give him the belt. Obviously, that never really happened. But do you recall Hogan having conversations with Vince McMahon not too long after this happened just to see what it would look like?
No, but it doesn't surprise me. Vince and Hulk have always had, they've had a really bizarre, it still do to this day, probably till this minute, a very unique relationship. So it doesn't surprise me. I'm shocked to hear that, but I wasn't aware of it.
Of course, Meltzer didn't know what to make of this, and Bubba asked, and this is directly from the Observer, when Bubba asked if it was a work or a shoot, Hogan said, I don't do work for your show. This, according to the Observer, Hogan's closest friends in the company the next day were openly talking about it being a swerve.
It looks like that stopped the water flow.
Because that was the original plan.
Find a way to get rid of the spear.
Russo was still insistent that it was a shoot, claiming that, if it was a work and Hogan ever returns to the company, he'll quit. The explanation given by those to Russo is that Siegel actually backed him and not Hogan, and that Bischoff was neutral. But of course,
there's a damn page in my life that wrote down or anybody else that maintains that position. I will go.
But you were
that was so much neutral. Conrad, how long have you known me?
Like 4 or 5
minutes.
Yeah.
A minute? Do you think I'm neutral about anything?
No, you have very strong opinions. Not as strong as Cornette, but not too fucking far off.
Right or wrong? I mean, a lot of times I'm right, and a lot of times I'm wrong. But I am never fucking neutral. That's bullshit.
I like when you get fired up. Nash, who was close to the situation, backed up that everything was played out largely as Hogan said, and claimed afterwards that Hogan told him Russo had got him because there was nothing he could do about it legally because he got his win. The word was that only Glenn Gilberti, Disco Inferno, Jeff Jarrett, Bill Banks, and Ed Ferrara knew Russo's plan for Jarrett to lay down in the ring. That's sort of weird that Bill Banks and Ed Ferrara and Disco would have known when you didn't think anybody knew and you were working the boys. Meltzer reported in the pay-per-view recap, or I guess Keller, let me run through that. The official stance behind the scenes in WCW has been silence, ostensibly due to a legal gag order from Siegel and WCW's legal department. The gag order is convenient because it provides an excuse to ignore the controversial situation rather than having to explain it and lie about the secret kept intact. This is sort of fun because I don't know that a lot of people knew that there was like a gag order here, and he would continue. Meanwhile, Bischoff is back home in Phoenix, Arizona, and was not on TV this week. He has not spoken officially since walking out of the arena after Hogan incident at the pay-per-view on Sunday. WCW announced Tuesday that Bischoff is, quote, taking some time off to allow Russo room to work, end quote. WCW needed a reason that Bischoff wasn't around until September. Quote, giving Russo to work seems plausible enough. So, do you remember when you sort of left that Siegel had to sort of say, now here's the spin we're going to put on this, here's the way here's the face we're going to put on it?
I'm not sure why Brad felt he needed any kind of spin. It was obvious. Brad wanted me to, he made his choice. He wanted me to go home. Again, I'm not sure what his thinking was, what Brad's thinking was, as it relates to spin. Certainly can't explain or justify what was in the minds of the people that wrote about it, but as far as I was concerned, it was done.
It's sort of interesting because it's reported on the dirt sheet that after the pay-per-view, Russo went to the hotel bar to hang out with all the wrestlers, and he's not really known for going to the hotel bar, but he went this night to tell everybody it's his going away party. He insisted to everyone that what happened with him and Hogan was a shoot, and he joked that maybe some of these guys could represent him as his lawyer when he had to face Siegel because he knew he was going to be fired. Now, allegedly, a lot of people still don't buy any of this. Quote, lots of people at the company have gotten really upset over how far everyone went to try to get last week's work, noting that even Vince Russo went to the bar after the pay-per-view, which he never does, to say goodbye to everyone, acting like he expected to be fired. Meanwhile, Bischoff was working everyone with the idea he was either taking a sabbatical or he was quitting the company in disgust, and the lack of trust in anything and anyone within the company has only gotten worse. Even if it's a good angle, and it was to me, although it's still questionable what the average wrestling fan made of it, because at this point, it appears that it doesn't take.
Sounds like that thing was
Nobody
something.
cares.
Hey,
Or
look.
that the boys
I
in the
can hear the water in
office,
the room
this
again.
isn't the first time in
Anything
the
leaking?
last. Just
Not that I can see.
environment where almost
Let's
nobody
hope that means my plan works.
In hindsight, do you think that maybe was the tactical error here? And because it does create like I know myself at the time, I thought it was a work.
This will return water to Skull and Spear. Checking the room was there.
It is. It's a weird, fascinating business where
What would happen if the capital was left without water? But he didn't care. All he wanted was to cause a crisis, so he challenged my command.
But at times like this, nobody fucking knows. And nobody should know.
You need me back at the room when you can.
And again, this is so much about
Make sure the water will flow.
what the fuck does Dave Meltzer or
Don't do anything rash.
anybody else know about running a wrestling company, what's good or bad? Well, none of them have ever spent a fraction of a fucking second in running a company, especially in the environment that we were in at that time or this time. And here is the essence of running a wrestling company, even to this day, in the day and age of digital and social media, where everything is out in the open. You still need to create moments of mystery and controversy. Allah. Even as insignificant as a moment as it may feel like in that moment, when Brock Lesnar came back after his last match with help me out here, last paper.
Oh, Roman Reigns?
With Roman Reigns. Sorry, Roman. And allegedly got fucking hot and threw the belt at Vince McMahon, and Shane McMahon got in Brock's face, and there was this moment, this controversy. That is a moment that is designed to create mystique, all right? You need that in this business. This is not documentary. This is not legitimate sports. This is not a sitcom. This is drama, a sports drama. And if you don't create some mystique, if you don't create those moments where the audience isn't exactly sure what's real or what's not real, I'm sorry, Dave Meltzer and Wade Keller and everybody else that writes about this shit that's never spent a fraction of a second actually being in the business, you die. You have to create those moments where the audience isn't sure what's real and what's not. That's what makes them tune in. Otherwise, we'd all be watching the Dave Meltzer wrestling show. Oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't exist. I'm sorry.
It does exist. It's called Wrestling Observer Live. It's at WrestlingObserver.com. And you're right. He's never ran a wrestling company, but he's also not done this. At the same time, the losses continue to escalate, with July's losses estimated at $7 million, the most by far of any month in the history of a company, now on track to lose $80 million over the course of this year. I'm just going to question. Now, I'm just letting it marinate, because you were just saying these guys don't know how to run a wrestling company, and they don't. Well, apparently you don't need it, motherfucker. $80 million. Holy shit. That wasn't funny. That wasn't. No, shit. We know you were fishing, and it was everybody else's fault.
happens when you have no creative skill and you're really not that bright of a ball to begin with? You think everybody's out to get you.
He says that you're always welcome on his show, and he would say all this stuff to your face. He says that you put no work into the shows, you didn't spend any time on any of them, and that he and Ron would write the show, send it to you, and you'd send the show back with Brett laughing through it, no suggestions or anything. He says that's what he did, and that's what he and Ron did with my work. He says you got all the power, and you got all the news and things like that. And he says once after a conversation with you, he threw his phone across his basement because he was so tired of hearing your voice. He told Brad Siegel to let you write the show because he was tired of you, and you weren't going to
consider it Steve Harvey, but a really one-on-one program. That's where I thought it was ultimately going.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell. Check out us anytime when I upload new content. It's not a matter of if I can save money. It's a matter of how much. Find out right now already.
Woo! By God, Jane.
Let's talk about some more context from the era where Muhammad introduced murder, execution, and all that into the man. You're getting ready for a big review like World War I. He's like in this era, and he's been out a lot of house shows, but he's like really what's your favorite big match so far? Well, and look, Muhammad, not all his favorite was
My question pertains to two of the biggest names ever, Ric Flair and Ole Anderson. As someone who got into wrestling in the 90s, but who has become increasingly fascinated with learning about classic wrestling from listening to both the Experience and the 605, this question may have a real obvious answer, but if it does, I don't think I've ever heard you explain it. My question is, does anyone know the particulars of what happened between Flair and Ole to create the grudge, aside from Flair and Ole knowing it? All I've ever heard was Flair was on a WWE documentary where Flair says Ole burned him when he came back to WCW after his early 90s WWF run, and Ole was booking. And all I've ever heard from Ole, who may be the saltiest motherfucker in history, was on a shoot interview where he said that he always hated Flair. Flair was not a good guy. He couldn't have drawn a dime with him in Georgia. Fuck Flair and fuck you too. Also, does Ole's grudge extend to other horsemen? As far as I know, he's never had anything to do with horseman reunions or induction ceremonies, but that could be just to avoid Flair.
Well, he actually did several years ago when they put the Horsemen back together at the NWA Legends Fan Fest in Charlotte. But at the same time, all of the above. Ole was in the office when Flair came back, and you know, I think everybody's admitted Ole probably shouldn't have been booking at that point. Although he probably Ole was
wired in the commander's quarters.
Is everything okay?
The dissident Draka has been apprehended for interfering with the wound.
How did he interfere?
He entered the wound by force, saw that it was empty, except for a slow trickle that began when you fixed the device in the desert. He did not take it well.
Of course he didn't. Welcome me with them. Water's coming back, slowly. Take a while for it to be full, but it's something. And now Drog has seen it too. Great.
Honorable warrior.
That's her.
How the hell am I supposed to get up there?
You want to talk?
That doesn't sound good.
Watch your tone. Or what? You let these two kill me? I can't believe this.
Agreed. I can't believe you either.
How could you let this happen?
How did I let this happen? You're the one who sabotaged the wound in the first place. You're lucky. Your head would already be on a spear.
You call that fixed? It's just a dribble. And it's not my fault. I already told you Uka came to me. He said he found something in the desert that might get us water. I had no idea it had anything to do with the wound.
And you expect me to believe that?
Hey, look. I came for the water that was owed to us. And when I found out that there is no water, they arrested me.
As I already told you, the water is returning, but slowly. It'll be weeks before the wound is full again. Until then, I will send Arrowhead what I can.
You hid what happened to the wound. How can we believe you now? Draka. No, you don't want enough of this. No more words. Consider that a challenge.
Gather your squads then, and meet us at the gate of the vanquished. A challenge to prepare for. Leave me.
This will be the end of the plan. I have to stop it. We have to stop it.
Hold on a second. Help me understand. What do you mean, the end of the clan?
Both sides will take their most loyal squads to the gate of the vanquished. And they'll butcher each other as part of a ritual challenge. But it won't stop there. Whoever wins will try to wipe out the loser's loyalists all over the desert. A fighting could last for months. Those two scabheads are going to kill us all.
Can't you stop them?
I'm a chaplain. I provide counsel. I cannot force them to eat it. Even Chief Akaro can't intervene. It is a matter for the clan alone.
What is this gate?
The doorway to a dead cauldron. A symbol of what the tribe aspires to. The defeat of deranged machines.
Right. I know it.
It is a place of great significance for our clan. Even greater now since it will mark the onslaught of a massacre.
What makes you think I can help you stop them? I'm not even from this tribe.
They both owe you a debt. You aided them when no one else could. And you've seen into their hearts, just like I have. Misguided in different ways, but no less worthy of the people they protect. Your words might be enough to spear some sense into them.
Yeah, well, not exactly good listeners.
And you are no ordinary speaker. You fly on the wings of the 10. I will go to the gate of the vanquished, southwest of here, to stall them. But without you, I'm afraid we'll run out of body bags fast.
not a guy who was going to fucking die on anybody's hill when having to deal with Jim Hurd. He got or having to deal with TBS, right? He didn't want to be there when Hurd was there.
Q-tip. Also, does Ole's grudge extend to other horsemen? As far as I know, he's never had anything to do with horseman reunion or induction ceremonies, but that could be just to avoid Flair.
Well, he actually did several years ago when they put the Horsemen back together at the NWA Legends Fan Fest in Charlotte. But at the same time, all of the above. Ole was in the office when Flair came back, and you know, I think everybody's admitted Ole probably shouldn't have been booking at that point. Although he probably Ole was not a guy who was going to fucking die on anybody's hill when having to deal with Jim Hurd. He got or having to deal with TBS, right? He didn't want to be there when Hurd was there, and he was doing a favor actually to Flair and some of the other guys by filling in the spot with the Horsemen when Hurd fucked Tully and Arn on coming back, or well, fucked Tully and fucked Arn too because he reduced his money. And Ole had retired already and wasn't really into being there at that point in 90. And then a couple of years later, when they went back to him and they gave him the book, I think there's problems with the way he was booking and what he was doing with Flair and those guys. I've heard also that maybe Ole was upset at Flair for not going to bat for, speaking up for. A couple of years later, Ole's son Bryant, who was training at the power plant, and I eventually became the only guy to give Bryant Anderson a job, and he was a good worker, but it just wasn't the right time to be the second generation Anderson at that point. So and Ole is a grumpy guy. And so I think all of the above, they just started grating on each other after a while.
I think there may be a money issue also.
There's probably, I bet you there's some money involved too.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive about that actually.
You can't tell me he knew nothing about it. And it was all part of his plan, to force a confrontation. Don't you see? This is what he's wanted all along. It doesn't matter how many times.
We talked about Valentine's Day events here a week or two ago on the Experience, correct? And we mentioned that it was Valentine's of 1988 that Ole Anderson came back and as a babyface against the Horsemen and popped a big $100,000 plus house in the Army. Was it not that?
Yeah, King Wilson just turned babyface.
Yes. So, and then I was trying to look through emails. I'm still fighting those folks. And I get this one from Tim in Georgia. And it reminded me to our fearless leader, Jim Cornette, I've always heard of how angry and cantankerous Ole Anderson can be. However, I have a different perspective of old mean Ole. It had to be about 1988 or 1989. I was a young lad of about 8 or 9 at the time. I was going into the Dairy Queen in Woodstock, Georgia, with my family and could not believe who was coming out with his. It was Ole Anderson in the flesh, with his wife, and I suspect children or grandchildren. I don't know if she was his wife at that point, and I think they may have been hers, but you get the picture. I, at first, still believing in kayfabe, was terrified of it. He looked at me and knew at once I had recognized him. To my great amazement, he left his family and walked over to us and shook my hand. I was floored, and you could have knocked me over with a feather. I was in awe and starstruck. I could barely eke out a coherent sentence.
And it has to end here.
I could not then and still now, knowing all that I do about the man, believe he did that. Now, here's the question. Did he stop and talk to us because he was with his family, or was he that nice to us because he was a face on TV at the time? I cannot imagine a Ole Anderson giving an 8-year-old stranger the time of day. Thank you for your time, Tim. The answer was whether, Ole has come to be known as the grumpy old man, and everybody knows I was on the outs with Ole for a while. Well, not on the outs, but I was mad at him from one of those booking stints in 1990. But then in later years, I've mentioned I've come to realize from being put in some of the same positions and just reflecting on Ole, and then getting to sit and talk to him in Charlotte a few times at the reunions over the past few years, where he's fucking hilarious, and he always has been. Ole would have done that anytime, because although Ole was the classic heel, right? He was never broke character, was always serious in the ring, never was involved in any ha-ha, which made it all the more ironic. He's the one that wanted to put the pumpkin over my head, right, in WCW. But at the same time, he's at the Dairy Queen and he sees an 8-year-old kid who obviously popped and is like, he's going to come over and make the kid's day and rub him on the head, because Ole, and especially at that point, this is what brought this up in my mind, Ole at that point was over the wrestling business in the late 80s. But everybody just thinks that that's what Ole was always grumpy. He's more like me. Always grumpy and always mad at somebody and always firing somebody. And they don't appreciate the fact that he was one of the most intelligent people, just IQ-wise and or intelligence in the wrestling business. He was fucking funny as fuck when he wanted to be, had a wicked fucking sense of humor, and also was a huge success, not only as a main event wrestler for 20-something years, but as a booker. We've told stories about him in the Carolinas and Virginia in the late 70s as a main event guy in one territory and a main event guy and a booker in the other territory. He was making $250,000 a fucking year. That's like, almost $1 million in today's money, as they say. But he never traveled the country because he didn't need to. Who's going to leave fucking setups like that? And he did up a piece of Georgia. But I've come to, I don't even think I've ever said this before, so I wanted to get this out. I think that a lot of people think that Ole was just a shitty booker in 1990, and then he was either booker or a vice president of something in 92 again. They kept him around for about 4 years then, right? He had a couple of different booking positions, a couple of different office positions. I think everybody's come to think he was just the shits, and I did for a while too. I've come to realize now, it wasn't that he was the shits as a booker, he just didn't give a fuck. He was a completely opposite of me. Whereas I can't ever fucking just roll over and accept horseshit, right? And, as far as horseshit wrestling. It's over. I think he had just said, you know what, fuck it. From Hurd through Kip Fry to all the other administrations, he had said, if they're going to fucking pay me this much money, they're not going to draw anyway. Ole was very pragmatic. I'm sure he said to himself, they're not going to draw with anybody else in my spot because they can't fucking draw because it's TBS and they fucked this whole thing up. So I'm going to take their money. And I don't even know now, in looking at it, was he really pushing all those muscle heads that he signed to replace all the talent because he thought he was going to recreate the Road Warriors, or just because he said, fuck, I did it 10 years ago, I got a bunch of fucking weightlifters that would work cheap. And since we're not going to sell any tickets anyway, I look like a genius because I reduced the talent cost. So they're making more. They're losing less money instead of making any at all, which they're not going to anyway. Take this. I'm wondering if he had just said, by that point, you have to get involved. Fuck it. These fucking goofs. I'm just going to tell. And then he actually, I was there the day before he got fired. We've told the story. When they wouldn't use his son Bryant, and I booked Bryant and Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and I went down there to shoot promos. He had me come to the power plant and shoot the promos in the parking lot, and was participating in the promos on his lunch hour. And he knew, he said, I know with all the Stooges, Eric, he hadn't been here in 6 months, he'll be here in 30 minutes. And 30 minutes later, Eric Bischoff pulls up. And he called Ole inside. Ole said, okay, I think I'm about to get fired. That's because he was waiting for it. He was like trying to figure out a way, could I just, go home somewhere and not have to deal with these people. Ole was never scared about getting fired either. And Bischoff called him in, and then 10 minutes later, Ole comes back, Bischoff gets in his car and drives off. I said, well, what'd he say? Well, I think you're exercising poor restraint, having Jim Cornette shoot promos here with you, or whatever. And then he said, well, I'm just, trying to help my son Bryant get a job. Remember Bryant, the one that you just cut and won't use, didn't give a job to? And Bischoff had basically looked at him, said nothing, and walked off, and then the next day he called Ole on the phone and fired him. But Ole had been looking to get fired at that. That was 1994 late, let's say. He'd been waiting to get fired for 6 fucking years. When he retired after the Horseman run, 86, 87, and then they switched him babyface, and he worked with Big Bubba at the Crockett Cup in Baltimore that April. He was fine to be gone. At one point, he owned a lumber mill in Minnesota that he was running as a business. It's not like Ole was a person who ever wasted his money. He never had any bad habits, otherwise of being abrasive. So, plenty of money, and he was done with wrestling. And then he came back for that little babyface thing, Pop Atlanta, and did. And it was short term, and he was done again. But then when Herd fucked Tully and Arn on the contract offer to put some type of horseman together, Flair got Ole to come back with what was theoretically going to be short term, and they ended up giving him the book when Flair quit the next year. Of course, then all the problems started. But that's where I think he just said, this fucking Herd, I'm not going to argue with this fucking idiot. Look at what they've done. I know he was making more money than those $150,000 a year guys that was on contract, because Ole wouldn't have taken a job where he may not have been making Flair or Sting money or Luger money, but he was definitely making more money than the boys, or he wouldn't have taken a fucking job. So he made $250,000 a year to fucking, book, and he didn't even have to fucking try to book because he knows it's hopeless, and Herd's gonna, as long as he does what Herd says, then it's Herd's fault. I think that set up a pattern there of what everybody was doing, but I think Ole maybe has been treated unkindly because everybody thought he had lost it, and I just think he was like, fuck you. I'm just taking your fucking money. None of this shit's going to work anyway. What do you think?
I think he lost it. You can argue that he lost it as a booker in 1983, actually.
Well, he did lose it, but that's what he had been doing it for fucking years and years, and Barnett had gone, and all this shit was going on. I don't know. But at least now we know Ole was nice to small children. That's the thing is, Ole also, I've said, I don't think he really liked me at all until I fucking bowed up at him once. And then he liked shit like that because he liked arguing and going back and forth with people. But we got our checks from the 86 Great American Bash and me in the Midnight and Baby Doll and Dusty and Magnum, or the Road Warriors and Baby Doll. We were positioned higher than the Andersons were. And my Bash check was bigger than Ole's. And he said, well, I never thought I'd live to see the day I'd put all this time and effort and work and blood and sweat in the wrestling business and have some fat manager and some goofy cunt make more money than I did. And I said, well, and that was right in front of the whole locker room, right, in Huntington, West Virginia. I said, well, Ole, I'd just like to say on behalf of the goofy cunt, the fat manager would like to thank you for laying all that groundwork so we can come in here and get this fucking check. And they popped and Ole smiled at me. That's the first time I think he ever smiled at me on purpose.
He actually came in a little bit before the Tully and Arn thing. You remember, he was the designated Terminator for Halloween Havoc '89 that had the towel. Yes. The two teams. Did he have any... I mean, he was brought back and he wasn't wrestling yet. He did end up coming back into the ring once Tully was back. But did he have any role at all in booking during that period of time where he was just back when he was on TV and not wrestling?
No, because that's when Flair was booking. Right. And see, that's the thing. They wanted Ole to come in as attraction, as a talent, but Ole would not have. It wasn't like he was saying, hey, let me book this thing. He was like, you want me to make another fucking TV? All right. That type of thing. So they weren't going to ask him to do anything more than they absolutely had to, but Flair quits, they go to another committee, which didn't work. That's why Flair took the fucking thing to begin with less than a year beforehand, because the committee didn't work. And then now Ole's been around, and Herd's talked to him, and he said, well, he's done it before. They hired Barnett, because Barnett had been instrumental to Atlanta wrestling, not for what he could do for them, really, to be honest, but just for what he had done in Atlanta before on the reputation. And the same thing, anybody that had done a job similar or that job was getting picked pitched something. And Jared got pitched a couple times, didn't take it. Watts had been pitched before he did take it, I think. And that, from that point, and I think it only ended up, I guess, selling the fucking lumber mill 30 years ago in Minnesota. He's been living down in South Carolina for ages because he moved back to Atlanta when they started paying him fucking buku money to, you know, do the same thing that everybody else could, which was not be able to run that fucking abortion. But it wasn't like he was in wrestling either for a livelihood or for he was the love of the game. It just, he fell into that spot where they were paying him a lot of fucking money. And I'm sure he figured, being pragmatic, why the fuck not? I'll take it. If somebody's going to get it, might as well be me. Anyway, I just think he was bored, cynical, and grumpy with the fucking business at this point. Because I understand how he feels. I watched Raw. Right now. Well, in that case, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our guest on The Experience this week. He's a tag team legend. He's a wrestling legend. As a matter of fact, besides being an old friend of mine for 30-something odd years, his name has entered the wrestling lexicon. Whenever somebody is praising the selling of a wrestler, they say, in the locker rooms at least, around the wrestling industry, he was selling like Ricky Morton. And we have him on the program today, the real one. Ladies and gentlemen, Ricky Morton. Ricky, thank you for doing the show.
Jimmy, I appreciate that. Matter of fact, you said the real one. That's my tweet. You know, the real Ricky Morton. I have to. Everybody doesn't spell my name.
Well, I'm the Jim Cornette. You're the real Ricky Morton. It seemed like before all of us got involved in Twitter, everybody jumped in. And what did they think? We were going to buy these fucking names? Like we were going to buy our own names?
No kidding, man. I mean, what did you say on that one, Jimbo? How's things going today, my friend?
We are good, and I just saw you. I mentioned earlier in the program we were doing the Open that we were in Decatur, Tennessee over the weekend and raised a bunch of money for the Meigs County High School football program and had a great time doing it. Is classic old-fashioned wrestling, the way God intended it, not this. What do you think? Before we go into some of your background, and we want to ask you some questions that maybe you don't get asked every day, because I've known you for so many decades, I can do that. But what do you think about some of the newer trends, such as we were talking about the Lucha Underground show, where one of the girls is 138 years old, and the monster heel actually eats people, not sexually, but he actually eats them because he's a monster, and they kill characters off and have them die on the show. And not to mention the Young Bucks super kicking 8-year-olds for their birthday, or the man versus woman matches where they wrestle equally, or the idiot out in California that does power spots with his dick. Does it hurt your heart as bad as it hurts mine to see shit like that go on in the wrestling business these days?
Jimmy, you know, and it's, you know, I'm sitting there trying to answer that question. Yeah, that's a good one. But, you know, when I grew up in this business, you know, and the wrestling, the way we kayfabe and the way we took care of our business until, you know, the kayfabe sheets come along, then the internet came along, then everything else come along. You know, it don't surprise me a bit. You know, sometimes at some of these independent shows, I'm waiting for them to shoot Hugo out of Mechanic. I mean, I don't know. I mean, and then he's going to kick out on one. I'm going to tell you that right off the bat. But, you know, no, nothing surprises me anymore. The only thing that really pisses me really off, you know, is these independent shows that I go to a lot. You got to hide in the back because you're embarrassed to come out. When you see a match in the ring, especially with somebody who wants you to watch the match, and you're going, holy shit. You know, you got about as much business in the ring as me flying the space shuttle. And but that's the way they become a stars. The only way they run their shows is they have to book them themselves. But, you know, I get caught in the middle of that a lot of times. Nothing surprises me, Jimmy, about the business anymore. Nothing does.
Well, you talked about your life in wrestling, and it's so popular these days to talk about second generation wrestlers and carrying on the legacy, and nobody mentions you in that class, and you are a second generation wrestler. Your father, Paul, in his day, he wrestled, he refereed for years, he hauled rings, he did almost everything in the wrestling business, and he doesn't get any publicity anymore, and you don't get mentioned as a second generation wrestler. But what was it like growing up in when you were a kid with your dad in the wrestling business?
Well, Jimmy, we depended on wrestling for a living. My dad, and in my younger years, my dad worked for Nick Lewis, and as a matter of fact, my dad, he pulled the ring, and he refereed. Us kids growing up, we had to travel with my dad to go put the ring up, and later on, I had my first match when I was 16 years old, and that was a long time ago. Then after that, I really, because I grew up in the wrestling business, when I got older, I didn't want to be in the wrestling business. But then that I came in, because I was around, and the business has changed. I watched the business change over 40 years that you cannot even imagine. But being a second generation, you talk about not mentioning. I don't think I mentioned in many conversations anyway. I found out. I found out in the world. Everybody appreciates when you're honest, but then when you are honest with them, you're an asshole. So that's where I come into the business set. I was one of the few guys, and you know me very well. I will speak my mind. I don't give a shit who you are, and in that way, I guess that's the reason I'm not in a lot of people's conversations. So thank you very much for the compliment I was saying about Sully in the dressing room. And I got to say this right here. I heard a conversation, with Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels. I remember Steve Austin, he was asked, he said, man, you being one of the best baby faces, best selling. And Shawn Michaels goes, no, I wasn't. Ricky Morton was. Now that's a compliment in the business to me, you hear me?
Well, you were, and I saw you from the time, of course, you said you had some matches as a teenager, and then you got away from the business for a while, went to school, did other things, but then you came back after that, and that was when I really got started seeing you in the Memphis territory, and you were a natural, even though, and you've never been, Hercules, you've never been 275 pounds, but you were even smaller then, but your work was so good and so crisp, and the way you sold was so realistic, from the expression on your face, to the body language, to the bumps that you would take. You could take 3 bumps off of one of Jerry Lawler's punches, and it looked right. And your work was just so natural that you got underdog sympathy from the beginning, and you've always looked so much younger than you are. Not to say you're old, but you look younger. You got those. Well, no, you got those genetics. You always look younger, and so you got that underdog, teeny bop idol, baby face sympathy, and it translated pretty quickly. They moved you up the cards because the people got behind you. It wasn't a situation where, well, he's Paul's son, so we're going to use him. It was, wow, we've got this new young kid that the people are getting into, and you could always rally them, and just the fire you had. Who were, when you were a kid, traveling with Paul or watching wrestling on TV, watching Nick and Roy's territory, who were the guys that you liked and wanted to emulate? And maybe, because we all stole some stuff from, I told Lawler one time, I said, I made more money with some of your lines than you have. Who did you emulate, steal from, look up to, whatever, when you were a kid in the wrestling business?
Well, you know what, I've met a lot of time wrestlers, and you were talking about, because in my days, man, it was the Fabulous Fargos, Lynn Rossi, Tojo, Don and Al Green, a lot of them. But one of my favorite ones, the one that I did steal from, the one I accomplished, the most underrated wrestler there ever was in this business, Kid Lucas. And I learned so much from him about how to be a baby face, about teaching me. And I don't know if you know this or not. When I first started down in that territory, you always got browbeaten. Even though my dad was the referee, you hear things from promoters, oh, you're too small, you're never going to make it in this business. You heard that thousands of times, and then I met Ken Lucas. And then Ken Lucas put a whole different, in my life to show me about, selling, how you sell to get the match over. And it's even when we came to Rock and Roll Express and you met all these other guys, it wasn't about with me, okay, what kind of high spots you want to do? And I tell them, I don't do high spots. I sell and I give Robert a hot tag. Well, it was the same way with Ken Lucas. I sold and he gave Ken Lucas a hot tag. Yeah. But over those years, and learning with him and being in promotions, we went to San Antonio, Texas, and I got away out of the Memphis area and working with the different people, and I seen how it worked. Just selling, what selling means in a match, and that's really what got me over in Japan when I went over there for FMW, and Terry Funk, Terry said, come here, Ricky, let's do like we do at home. Let me get the good heat on you there, because they never seen nobody sell in Japan. Oh, God Almighty. And we started doing that, and I got over it. Matter of fact, I tell you how over I got. They put me with Hayabusa, bless his heart, the Japanese star that just died. Yeah. I sold him and gave him a hot tag. And God, it kept me for a job for 2 or 3 years in Japan.
Hey, I know Brian's chomping at the bit, because the one thing he said before the program, he said, I got to ask him about Ken Lucas. Brian, jump in here.
Well, you answered part of my question. I was going to say, when most people hear the name Ricky Morton, the first thing that pops into their head is Rock and Roll Express, but you were a part of 2 other really memorable tag teams, one with Ken Lucas and the other with Eddie Gilbert. Of course,
and another one, Sonny King.
Sonny King. And you had the famous Tupelo concession stand brawl in '81 with Eddie Gilbert. You answered the question about Ken Lucas, but what, if anything, did you learn from teaming with Eddie that you were later able to take to the Rock and Roll Express? And do you have any funny memories or stories about your time around Eddie Gilbert?
Oh, with Eddie? At the time me and Eddie were part of it, we was both young in the business. Eddie and I learned from each other. At that time, there was no me selling Eddie a hot tag. It was a learning process. And we was out in Oklahoma together. Then we came back to Memphis just for a while. And Eddie, what I got to understand, Eddie had a great mind for the business as he got older. Eddie went into more of the promotion part about booking territories out in Kansas City and working in the office and all that. But man, Eddie was out in Oklahoma. And God, this is when the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie first came out. And Eddie was a freak about scary movies, but Eddie was a spooky guy. Anyway, and he told me he was going to go see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. And at the time, Eddie lived on the other side of the town of where I lived from, but he rented a little cottage out behind a big house, and he lived there by himself. And he would, I'd go over to his place, man. He had windows barricade, doors barricade, like he's on his ship, paranoid. But that was just Eddie. He was just scared to death. So he went to see Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I couldn't wait. I had a buddy of mine that lived there, had a chainsaw. And when the movie was over, I'm telling you, I'm hid out back, out behind a bush. And I see Eddie come through the door, and when he goes in, the lights come on. Dude, about that time I fired that chainsaw up outside that window. And all I could hear was like, and the front door opened up, and I couldn't holler at him to tell him it was me, buddy. He was gone. And but it's one of those situations that you had to be a part of to see about Eddie, man. And then I couldn't catch him, but I got my car, went back home. He was at my house. He was in the Connie was sitting in the living room, and he was going nuts. And I walked the door, and I didn't even spark my wife after what I done. And then I had to tell him, boy, I get a good cuss. He hated me for about 2 or 3 days. But I like to listen to Phil Hickerson.
Joe Rib story. But hey, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. You and Eddie, and I've drawn this comparison before in magazine articles that we've talked about it. But you and Eddie Gilbert had a hand, and unfortunately, I'm going to put the blame on you. Although really, it was Jerry Jarrett's fault originally. But you pretty much invented hardcore wrestling, because we've drawn the lineage of the Tupelo concession stand fights. First, it was Lawler and Dundee, and Wayne Ferris, Larry Latham, Honky Tonk Man, and Moondog Spot back in Tupelo in '79, and when Jarrett needed to get the business up. But then there was another one. Hoot was involved too. Robert Gibson, we call him Hoot, folks, so if we slip and do that, that's who we're talking about. But Ricky and Robert Gibson, Ricky, his brother, were involved in one with the Blonde Bombers the following year. But the best one, actually, for action and for blood and for violence and mayhem, you guys tore the place up, was you and Eddie Gilbert against Masafuchi and Mr. Onita when they were managed by Tojo and they came to the Tennessee territory. And basically, we've drawn the lineage back to when Onita, his knees were shot. He wasn't going to be Baba's junior heavyweight star that he thought he was going to be, and he reinvented himself. And he thought to himself, well, I saw those crazy fuckers in Tennessee doing this crazy blood violence shit, and he pretty much invented hardcore wrestling. And then, of course, Heyman jumped on the bandwagon, and here we go. So it's not really your fault, but you were there for the birth of hardcore wrestling. If Onita had not seen the Tupelo brawls,
I got it. Well, not seen it and been involved in it,
and been involved in it and took it to Japan, then maybe it wouldn't have happened. But it's not your fault. You've redeemed yourself since.
Well, and you know, to what, Jimmy, and this is true story too. You know, Randy Savage and I was the first ones to break a table. So,
that's right. The pile driver. Everybody saw the tape of Randy Savage when they finally made up with Jarrett and came in.
Yes.
It was a rock and roll against Savage and Lanny, and Randy pile drove you through that oak table at ringside in the Memphis Mid-South Coliseum.
Yeah, you know what? And I made my own angle. See, because it happened, and I laid there, and Randy said, "Come on, you all right? Get up." I said, "No, I ain't getting up." And it's good, and Jarrett worked a little angle off of it, and you know that, and that was cool. That was the way it is. I guess it worked out really best in all directions. You know, because I enjoyed working with Lanny and Randy too. Man, they were a great tag team.
Well, you know, and in those days, the guys had the freedom and the ability to call their own shot when something happened that hadn't been planned and you didn't know beforehand was going to take place, and it just came up, and like getting pile driven through a table. You could lay there and you could say, no, there's no way that anybody would get up from this. This has to be the finish, or it has to be stopped, or whatever. And then the booker would play on that because it was even better than what he had thought of for a finish.
Oh, yes.
Now, guys, we get up and say, I saw that I was telling this story over the weekend somewhere. I saw that fucking little idiot Low Key. They banned him from Ring of Honor because he thought he was Superman and would never do a job, and he wouldn't do. That's why he's unemployed in wrestling now, because he would never put anybody over. But he's 5'4" and 142 pounds. But he at some independent show, and Brian, you may know this better than me. The bell rings. He's against a guy that's twice his size, and the bell rings, and he flies out of the corner with one of those cartwheel martial arts kicks and kicked the guy in the face and knocked him right there in the middle of the ring. Down the guy goes. He's completely unconscious, and the people roared, and instead of covering the guy and pinning him in 3 seconds and getting over like $1 million, he spent the next 3 minutes trying to pick the unconscious guy up and continue the match they had planned.
Well, give us this stupidity and not knowing what the hell he's doing. And you know what? And I'm glad you said that, because I'm going off a whole different subject here. That's why I have a wrestling school. You know, it's a dream of mine. And if anybody's out there listening, go on Facebook, School of Morton. Matter of fact, I just did a dime run through. Check it out on there. It's really cool. But, Jimmy, this is what I do. Some of these guys out here, and I tell them, I said, man, won't you come to my wrestling school? And they look at me like I got a turd on my head. Because I mean, everybody thinks they know everything about our business, and they don't know shit. You know, and I'm telling them to come to my school to help them out, to make them better than what they are, because God Almighty, and this is every day. I mean, you talk about this kid, I really don't know him, but I meet people like this every day of my life. They think they know everything, and Jesus Christ, shut up. Yeah, you know, damn.
Well, and we talk about it on the program here all the time. Part of it is the atmosphere there's a lot of people now, as is proved by Lucha Underground, some of the other things, the writers have taken over, and it's not wrestling people booking and telling you what to do and giving you finishes or laying out matches for you. So they're to blame sometimes because the guys want a job, but they see, it's like as Rip Rogers says, as seen on TV. They see what people on TV do and think that's always right and we should do this and more of it. And it's so sometimes it's not the talent's fault, but sometimes it is. But if you, since you've got your school now and you've been working with some of these younger guys, and we're going to go back to history here in a minute, but if you could tell the guys on the indies now, the biggest things, what to do or what not to do, what would either one of them be?
Well, Jimmy, the first thing is, in our day, you know, we wrestled territory, so you wrestled every night. You work with some of the best workers ever in the business in our day. You know, the guys back then were so good. But see, now they don't get to do that. You know, I ask a guy sometimes, how long you been working? 5 years. Okay, but no, that's not what I mean. How many matches you had in 5 years? Because they don't know. We're like, even though we're in the entertainment business, and you check it out, and our business will hurt you. It would kill you if you don't know what you're doing. We're still professional athletes. First thing you need to do is train, learn our business. And you went back a while ago, you know, how we used to work our own angles. Well, hell, back then we wasn't able to talk to the other wrestlers. You know, you didn't go over and move my move. You know, people used to ask me a lot of times, especially about y'all, well, you and Bobby Eaton are good friends. Well, y'all, I said, dude, I never seen Bobby Eaton. I got in the ring.
No.
I said, in our days, man, I got talking to him. I got fired.
Yeah, well, that's because everybody was in separate cars, because babyface traveled babyface, the heels with heels. The locker rooms were separate. There were many times, I remember Eddie Gilbert's classic line was when he would lock up with somebody that he had never met before, and the bell rang, he'd lock up, he'd say, "Hi, I'm Eddie, take my head." You know, because you never met guys sometimes before you wrestled with them. Or if you knew them well, you knew them from the times you would share locker rooms or from working territories, but mostly from in the ring because you couldn't socialize or ride together or whatever. But the matches, the way we put our stuff together, people have asked me the same thing with the Rock and Roll and the Midnight matches, was somebody would call a spot in the course of a match and it would get over. And we'd say, okay, well, let's do that more often. And sometimes you'd call a spot and it wouldn't work out. And you'd say, well, let's not ever do that again. And over a period of time, from 7, 8, 9, 10 matches a week, month in, month out, different territories, you learned what worked for you and what didn't. And many of the Rock and Roll and Midnight Express matches were basically, you could say 2 words. And that would lead you into this long, complicated spot that people would think, my God, that must have taken them years to go over. No, just did it 5 or 6 times organically, put it all together, and then we just did it again.
Yes, that's right. The other thing Jimmy was telling me, first of all, everybody needs to learn the basics of our business. You know, a basic match. You ever see these guys do headlock routines or arm drag routines? They don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's either it's like they're on a play pad. High spot number 1, high spot number 2, high spot number 3, all that fucked up. Let's do it again.
Fucked up the first time.
Yes, it's unbelievable how things. You know, just learning the basics of our business and learning. And you know what else we do from the history of our business? Jesus Christ, I had somebody else say about Killer Carl Cox. See, who the hell's that? And you know, I really wanted to slap him. You know, what are you talking about? You know what Killer Carl Cox is?
A lot of times that was shorthand in the ring when you're talking to each other and calling it in the ring. It said, let's do the Terry Funk deal. And the other guy would know what you were talking about, and then you'd do 45 seconds of shit based on those 5 words. But I was doing a seminar at a wrestling school for Northeast Wrestling up in Connecticut here about a month ago, and I was saying some of the same things you say to your students. When they're wanting to get a job with a major company, especially WWE, where the money is and everybody wants to go these days, when they go to do their tryouts, instead of doing the quadruple flip and the half gainer and this complicated series and degree of difficulty of 10 and an execution of 5 instead of the other way around. I said, that's not what they're looking for. I said, what they're looking for is, do you know the basics? Can you do the headlock takeovers? Can you grab a headlock without your feet getting in the guy's way so he steps on your toes? Can you do these basic moves and take these basic bumps safely so that not only do you not get injured, but you don't injure anybody else? An investment of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in trying to push you. The last thing they want is some dangerous fucker that's doing all this wild ass shit that people go holy shit over, but that has a very high chance of injuring the guy that they've just spent $3 million getting into that spot. They don't want that. They want to see basics, and they want to see solid work, and they want to see you go through a match with no buzz killers where it's obvious that there's cooperation involved. Now, I know by watching their TV sometimes that does not look that way, but that's what the William Regals and the Scouts go for, and that's, unfortunately, the guys think, well, that Reggie Morton, that Jim Cornette, they just want to slow us down. They're jealous. They didn't do all that shit back in their day, and they're jealous of us. No, we just want you to have a long career as we've had, and possibly get a paying job instead of going and working for popcorn and hot dogs, and don't hurt each other and make it look phony at the same time, because people can tell now more than ever when you're cooperating with somebody.
Oh, yeah, if you have a good match, just learn your time. Basically, Jimmy, a back match is just based off timing. And God almighty, they don't even know timing in a match. That's the same thing going back to the basics. But, I'm changing here, but this other night, we were in Decatur, and the chemistry of our business, just with Jimmy Cornette and us being in the house, could you feel it? I call it the magic. I felt that magic in the air already. Right when I walked through the door, and everybody that come over to the table, Jimmy Cornette's over in the building. You know what? And this has been going on for 30-something years. It's still there. I told Robert, and we didn't have to do what a great match we had. But understand me, Jimmy, I know I'm not.
And here's the young heel team that Sigmund and Elliott that I managed against you guys. They did a great job, and they were happy to be involved there. But we even had I had my gimmick table on one end of the building, and you had yours on the other end of the building, and we were trash talking each other from across the way.
Oh yes, sure was. People loving it and doing things, and I know I'm 6 foot. I know I'm 6 foot. But we should give the people that Monday's words when they come to see us, and I love that. That's about you. Everything else I hate. But, no, I'm just kidding.
You hauled the Hurricane Rana out. You hauled the Hurricane Rana.
I did that, but I told you to ring here. What's this? I just did it. That's great, man.
Let's go back to your more formative years. Before you got Robert had a great tag team background also, because he got to break in the business when he was 18 years old, teaming with Ricky Gibson. And Ricky Gibson was one of the, and it's a shame that his career really ended right as mainstream career ended, on top career ended right as videotape was coming in, because Ricky Gibson was one of the best, most exciting, the most athletic baby faces that I have ever seen in a ring. And his matches with Jerry Lawler, when I was first going to the Louisville Gardens, when I was a 12-year-old kid, the suplexes and the drop kicks off the top rope and the stuff that you didn't literally see at that time, but they were young guys, he and Lawler, both trying to prove stuff, but then the shit made sense. I'm not saying that they did a bunch of crazy shit. They did a bunch of crazy shit at the time, but it made sense and it looked good. But Ricky was able to bring Robert along, but you had, as you mentioned, a number of really experienced partners. We talked about Ken Lucas, and I know you got the both fists up in the air and the foot up and down and fire up truck driver kind of thing. That was Ken Lucas's boy, and that got the people on their feet. And you and Eddie were able to learn, because Eddie, of course, his father, Tommy Gilbert, was another one of Tommy Gilbert was a funk by a different name. His work was so solid and so believable, and he was a raw bone country boy that could go out there and change hole for hole with anybody. And so he had learned, but you also had a great tag team with all people, and there couldn't be two more different individuals in the world, even Sonny King, worth taking us a while, and you learned a ton from him.
Jimmy, you gotta say this. You know what? I just think I didn't say this before I forget about it. If you go and two things here, Jimmy. I know you got a lot of pictures. I need a picture of you and I know you have one somewhere.
You got it. I will
find it and bring it to me. But I was thinking about this other day. This is funny as shit. I was driving home sometime and we were by yourself. But I never forget this. I'm on this TV. And I remember back then, Sonny had that soccer head. He wore a long shirt down by his knees.
Yeah. But I've been working. What do they call them, Brandon? Shikis?
Shiki, yeah, but you got to understand this. I never forget him get on Memphis TV and we're out in the ring. Sonny's got the lollipop and then he turns around and his eyes, I look at his eyes get real funny and he goes, I forgot to put my pipes on. Understand it? And if you find this on Memphis TV, it's one of the shall be, but he jumps out of the ring, Lance Russell was commentating, and goes, oh, where's Sonny King this with, dude? He jumps to the back, he knows that, well, here comes Sonny King. And he got set on that, he's got to put his tight in. And, Sonny, he's that around the knee anyway, but I was man. And, God, I was the only time on TV at that age, I was almost crying. I was almost crying. I was laughing so hard, man. Could you imagine if he took his shirt off?
I have a feeling the ratings have gone up that 1 week on Channel 5. Sonny was like 6'3" and about 250 or 260, and the black coat jacket, freaking cowboy, and he had boxing experience, so he had real fast hands. In his final days, was not exactly the most mobile or quickest guy in the ring, but you guys teamed together. You were kind of an odd couple tag team, and then you would sell and give Sonny the tag. Imagine that. But then later on, they switched him heel on you, and you guys had matches and what the sympathy that you got. Son of Gun was beating on you.
But you don't know the good thing right there, because I don't know if you can describe it. At least the territory that died. That's when Lawler broke his leg and they called it the Madison.
Yep.
And I was the only one there. And I was bringing another big baby face in to get over. They turned Sonny heel on me. And we had a good little thing going. And I mean, don't get me wrong, we didn't break no records. But the territory is the young, at that time, and that's when they come back. And I went out to Oklahoma to experience. So we know more about being a man, to learn more about our business.
How can I miss you if you don't go away? That's what would happen, no matter how over you were, unless you had ownership. At some point, they'd cycle you out. If you were a name or a drawing card, so that you go to some other territory, pick up a few new things, and then come back, and they'd be happy to see you back.
Yeah, that's right. And another good story I like to tell you too, and I forgot about this. Same thing, just driving that road. King Lucas, the partner's great. And one thing about Kitty, and you understand me, I'm a young kid, and I can never catch Kitty messing around. Did you know that? That's
no.
He tell me, he says, when I'm talking to the girls, I'll just cancel them. I put their heads back on the straight. Like Kitty used to live a lot, right? So I never forget, Robert and I were in Selma, Tennessee. And he said, Lucas, and they had those breaches back there you could peek through. I could see Ken Lucas somewhere talking to this girl. I told Robert, I said, come here, man, look here. There's Kitty's talking to a girl. I'm watching their body language and everything. I said, he's going to meet her out back. It's me and you go out there to catch him. You know what I'm saying? It's just getting dark, but you still, and it was summertime, and all the school buses were out back. So, tell me, Robert was out back kid. I'm watching Kitty. Kitty looked like a Rambo. He's looking around corners, making sure ain't nobody watching him. And then he gives the gimmick to the girl. And here comes the girl riding. And they went on Kitty went on the bus first. And the girl come on the bus right after him. And me and Robert Diner, we're going to ease up there and catch him, right? So we get about halfway to the bus. All of a sudden, here comes Ken Lucas off that bus with one step. Boom. His old dust fly up. And here comes the girl on all fours, sliding down the steps of the bus, her face in there. And Kenny's not even about it. And she gets up, takes off running, and all of a sudden, here comes a big old dog. Right on their ass. Row, 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 row. Dog had puppies on the damn bus. And me and Robert, honestly, when you see Robert, me and Robert beat the living piss out of each other. We was laughing so hard in the sleigh. God, it was funny. Well, yeah, it's one of those things that you had to be there, but it was funny as hell.
In the Tennessee territory, in those days, with baby faces like Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee and Dutch Mantell and the Rock and Roll Express and the Fabulous Ones and Terry Taylor, if Vivid Video had just followed around to all the spot shows, all the high school gyms and the National Guard armories, and just set up a camera in the back parking lot, they would have got footage they could release for the following 20 years. It was
you can't understand, Harrison. There's a lot of stories that you tell, but hell, watch out, because ain't nobody gonna believe you. And I'm serious. Nobody, that didn't happen. Okay.
Now, wait a minute. I don't want to jump ahead because somebody believed it, and if you want to, everybody knows that Tully Blanchard, when he was living in Charlotte, led a very fast life, and then suddenly turned to religion and was on a lot of those shows, the 700 Club and Christian Broadcasting Network, and your name came up. Would you?
You know what, Jimmy? You know what? This is not only one situation. I have some of the worst fucking Molly, which of anybody in the business. I'm going to tell you, it's just two of them. I'm going to tell you that goes on. Now here I am. I'm with my wife, Connie, my first wife. So this so happened. I'm off on a Tuesday night or something, and my wife is kind of like talking religion and. Hey, Tully Blanchard, I seen on commercials going to be on the 700 Club. I said, oh, well, really? So let's watch it tonight. All right, so we're going there at night, and here's Tully Blanchard. He gets on TV. Boy, he's talking about God, which I'm glad for him, but all of a sudden it goes, not the voice, not this guy, or not this guy. I remember all that night spent Ricky Morton, all the cocaine, all the different women, and I'm sitting next to Connie, and I noticed horns growing out of her head, and all I could do, I just did a 4-row right in the middle of the floor, and I just laid in the floor, and that was all. Please, why did you say that? And then I had a guy up here, here's Ricky Morton's name, he gets involved in everything. I had a guy up here that worked for me, made my DVDs, and sometimes, and I helped him out, he was a crippled boy, however you want to put it. And
what?
Because I needed to get some.
Well, damn.
He says, well, I won't be able to this weekend, I'm going out of town. Well,
say what?
We still ain't heard from him. I still hadn't heard from him. And all of a sudden, the Predator show comes on TV. Okay, and they got the wrestling dude. I'm going, what the hell is this about? So I'm watching it. The wrestling dude, it come out, it was him. Sitting there on TV, and this guy comes out and he catches them, and they're asking him all these stupid questions, perverted questions they don't answer. And then they say, what do you call yourself? The wrestling dude. He goes, oh, I work for Ricky Morton, rock and roll. No, don't do that. What crazy shit, Jimmy. I mean, why? What we're going to go to on that one?
Well, I'll tell you, now it's time to get some heat with somebody, because there has been controversy. It's all we do on this show is get heat with people. There's been controversy of who came up with the Rock and Roll Express gimmick. Jimmy Hart swears that it was him and told Lawler, hey, you can put those two guys together and blah, 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 Rock and Roll Express. Lawler, after y'all got great success, often claimed that it was him. Jerry Jarrett was around at that time. Who actually came to you and Robert and said, you guys would be a great tag team together? This was March of 1983. As a matter of fact, you and Danny Davis and Ken Wayne, the Galaxians, managed by Jim Cornette, that was your first program. You had an introductory match in the Memphis Coliseum on one week and then started a program with my guys the next week. So we've been together since the start, even before the Midnight Express. But who was it that came to you guys and said, you and Robert Gibson, great tag team, bandanas, call you the Rock and Roll Express, it'll be great. Who was that?
This is it. This is how this all happened. At the time,
I am
in San Antonio, Texas, with the Blanchards. Robert was in Florida. Now, I'm sitting there.
I'm trying to get to a spot where I can save this game.
Jerry Lawler come in and sat down beside me. He had a little heat with Jerry. I don't know what was going on at the same time.
That was when Lawler was going to break off and start his own promotion because Jared had not given him half of the company as he promised years before.
Yeah.
He was lining up his own crew to come in. Which that was when they gave notice to my whole stable, Adrian Street, fucking the whole 9 yards. Yeah.
And Jerry Lawler said, I want to put you and Robert Gibson together and make a tag team. Y'all says that we have to find points there. And this is Zach Gordon. He said, y'all twice better workers than those guys are. So, but they're over because they had the Fargo lane. Jerry Lawler did. But, you know, but it's Jimmy Hart had a little bit to do with the team because he didn't know what to call us. Jimmy Hart, you know, but we was already there.
Okay.
Lawler's one. You know, I was saying, to be the Fox and the Express.
Hey, we don't have any cheese either.
Lawler brought some tights with him, long tights. And if you notice it was
because you gotta make grilled cheese sandwiches.
And tights, and he brought Robert with those tan coats that looked like skin.
Yeah.
And Robert was naked in the salon. You know, when you
to be encased in long-colored tights, that was obvious right there.
Yeah, but you got to understand that we used to wear short tights, then all of a sudden we get on in long tights. Nothing seems right. You know, I put all that shit on me, and we go out, I put right there, shit on, man, I'm embarrassed to death. But we had played our music, we went out that door, and then we were with Coco Samoa, and you know, somebody told me, we tore the house down with these guys. And when we came back, I remember the wrestling fan coming and said, I didn't know where they were. Security kicks. When it got over, man, and Bud Lawler's the one that come and got me. Lawler come all the way to San Antonio, Texas to talk to me. You know what I'm saying? That was a great honor for me. But see, you knew that when we went to Louisiana, that was a big part of your deal. And, you know, when Bill Watts wanted us to come down and Bill
well, holy hell.
They're telling me that, well, y'all go down there, but you ain't going to get over. You know, y'all not going to get over, so y'all can come back 6 months. We came back 6 months, and I gave my notice right when I walked through the door. I had to come back, you know what I'm saying? Because it was not a 6 month
You lost the loser leave town to us so you could go back and fulfill the commitment, and the people in Houston especially were putting signs up. At every show there would be signs. 62 days, 44 days till the Rock and Roll Express comes back. It was all summer. It was how long till the Rock and Roll came back, and you were more over when you came back than you were when you left because they'd had to, and how can I miss you if you won't go away? They had to wait for you to see more of it.
Yes, they sure did, and it was a great thing, man. So, and we was on our way. You know, we're the only people in the world, they carried the Midnight Express and Rock and Roll Express feud all over the world. We went everywhere with it.
Well, you know, a lot of people have asked, well, were the teams named specifically so they could have that program? And actually, no. You know, Dennis and Norvell and Randy had been to Midnight Express in Alabama, and Watts had asked Dennis, because he was the veteran between me and Bobby and Dennis. He was the veteran. He was the team captain at first. Said, you got a good name for your team? And Dennis said, how about Midnight Express? And Watts said, yeah, let's go for it. And at the same time, you know, Lawler and Jimmy Hart probably had something to do with it. It pitched Rock and Roll Express just because there had been a couple of Express teams, but we were not created necessarily with the idea of feuding, but once those names happened, as soon as we got to Louisiana, we're working with Mr. Wrestling 2 and Magnum TA. And you guys came in and worked with Nikolai Volkov and Barry Darsow, Crusher Khrushchev at the time, and the people as in the ring with two guys.
Okay, Mom, what all do you need?
Were huge baby faces. They were the tag team champions. Two was a legend. Magnum was one of the top young guys they were grooming. Even if we were working with them, the people would chant rock and roll.
What about
called the shot?
Bread? We got plenty of bread.
A couple of months, but the people were chanting for the match from the very first moment that we both set foot in the territory, and that's why.
Okay.
It was a situation where we made a match with a matchmaker and shot an angle and hoped they came. The people wanted the match before we ever even gave it to them.
For sure, yeah. You know, another thing I want to say is thank you guys because England was the one I had to speak for a while where Darsow got us over to wrestle you guys. You hear me?
Yeah.
They made us, you know, here we are, these two young baby faces. You know, when I first went to Louisiana, I felt like Cowboy Lane and Dresser.
Oh my God!
Everybody in there was 6'9". Here's already 7'4" or whatever he was, and I was in there. But when I went to the ring and worked with Nikolai and Barry Darsow, they got
Is it cold outside?
over so much. That's the same
Oh,
thing
well.
in NWA, you know, when we went there, you know, you had Ivan the Kid up there. And then it was the same
What?
thing.
Get a can of nice tomato rotel, nice tomatoes, green chili.
Louisiana, especially because Bobby and Dennis felt the same way, because Dennis went
Can of nice tomatoes and a can of green chili.
pounds and hadn't been shaped for anything, but you're looking at
Rotel, nice tomatoes and green chili.
I have them at IKEA.
his fingers, it sounded like rifle shot.
Okay.
And that's another reason why not only did you guys get over because the girls and the female population in the arenas immediately shot up 60%. And you know, we had a controversy here on the program not long ago, Ricky. I know you'll find this shocking. We had a controversy because I made up a story that a lot of the old days, the audiences were primarily female.
Change in licensing, 462 was a salary, a total of 511. So let me run. What? You're saying bullshit.
the brand you liked or not?
Yeah.
They had another brand. They had two more brands.
Why don't you get another pie?
Because that's a lemon meringue. Huh? That's a lemon meringue pie. Look at that. Last couple of times I've gone in there, they haven't had one. So I took advantage of it this time. Wait. And they had Borden's cheese. Look at that. I don't think Kroger carries it anymore. So you didn't throw away that bag, did you?
No.
Oh, good. We need to keep these. These are good bags. One thing you said about IGA, they have good bags. There you go. Welcome. Hey, Mom. Where's my jeans at?
What?
My jeans. Oh. The new ones or the old ones?
Oh, the gas.
No, the new ones need to be washed by themselves.
Don't worry. I know how to wash clothes.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. I've done it a couple of times.
Okay.
Well, we'll see.
Tomorrow morning, if you're up, make sure I'm up at 9:30. Better make it 9. I'll be at work at 10:30. You good?
No.
Did you want more than one thing of? Okay.
Get her in there.
Best cheese there is. Ain't it?
Only if you say so. Yeah, right. Super duper cooter.
So big there's even two of them. strike a pose. I put out a trailer for Thor: Love and Thunder. I put out a trailer for the new Thor movie. Well, it's coming out in July in less than 90 days, and they hadn't put out a trailer yet. This has never happened before in the history of movies. It is coming out. They usually put out trailers 6 months before movies come out. This is the least amount of time that they've ever put out a trailer for a new movie. But the reason they've done it is because the new Doctor Strange movie is coming in May. Since all the MCU movies are connected, they didn't want to put out the Thor trailer because it would spoil some aspects of the Doctor Strange movie. So they didn't even really put out a real trailer, they just put out a teaser.
Robert Anderson, one of the Skarsgårds, right? The Northman? Yeah, we got a Skarsgård. We got a Skarsgård. Yes. Stick around till the end of that, as long as in addition to your comments and questions. But before we get there, we've got some big chunks of news to rip into. We've got a new Thor trailer, or the first Thor Love and Thunder teaser. And it's in Groundhog Day because the WB is looking to overhaul their approach to DC films and properties. It's all of that.
I never want to be the person that's like, will be reactions online. I am, because my reaction is, it was good, I think it's great, I'll see the movie, because I know they're packing crap out of stuff from us. And most of the reaction online, I guess like some people were like, oh, I don't want to type anymore, and it's like, whatever, man. I'm watching the Gay Pirate Show, like all of that stuff. Like, I'm all in on type out. But there are moments where, if you're doing the evil eye thing, there are suspicious spaces in between people where it's like, that doesn't make sense, there might be someone up there. Maybe yes, I could listen to it. I'm not sure.
Give me a free split. Tell me where and cut out.
Just show it.
With the shot where the Guardian ship is leaving and you look at Korg and Thor standing looking up at it, and it was like, there's like a space, it's like Thor center, Korg on one side, and it feels like someone really on his other side.
Yeah, there's also another one, and again, I don't like usually look for these, but some of those were like, now you kind of like, my eye is trained doing this. So there's another one where it's Thor talking to the Guardian, you see like a, I can't think of names, you see maybe things and Mantis and things. I know this, and just again, my brain like tracks, you're hitting this.
But that one was like 4 years ago now. You got every excuse to forget. It's been a long time. I never forget Mantis, toboggan or otherwise.
Thank you. Because there's a scene where like they're looking at it, there's Mantis, and Thor is looking at everyone, and we see everybody kind of perfect job, but there's Mantis, there's a clear hole.
Checking bread.
That's a classic character role, yeah.
It's a character role, and
that's all it fits my opinion pretty easily.
Yeah, well, that's not even the whole.
That's not the whole, it's the shot before that was the whole.
Chris Paul dropped 30 points in the Suns' 110-90 win over my Pelicans last night, including an impressive late run in the fourth quarter, 19 points just by CP3, and that put the game out of reach. Now, CP3 does turn 37 years old in a few weeks, making him just a few months younger than his buddy LeBron. Shannon, on a scale of 1 to 10, how amazed are you that Chris Paul can still play at this level at his age?
Skip, I went 9.5 because, he's the point guard for a reason. And if you look at it, I think this year he just tied John Stockton for 9 seasons in which he's led the NBA assists, which is an NBA record. But Skip, the thing is, because Chris Paul is a traditional point guard. Traditional, I'm talking about he's a pass-first point guard. People forget that he's an elite level scorer. He's not a tool masquerading. He's not a Steph. He's Russell Westbrook. He's an old school Magic Johnson, John Stockton, Mark Jackson, Jason Kidd type of a point guard. And because of that, you look at him and like, oh, he can't do this.
Skip, but we've seen him go off in playoff games like this, and he's an elite scorer. He just doesn't do it very often. Wherever Chris Paul goes, they win. And they normally win to the tune like they've never won before. It just seems like Skip, every time he's in position to reach the ultimate destination, he gets injured. Even last year, Skip, remember first game against the Lakers, he hurt some rib cartilage. So he wasn't last year. It happened with him at the Clippers. It happened with him in Houston. It seems to be every time Chris Paul is on the cusp of doing something special, the only thing that's missing from his resume is a championship. A freak accident, a freak injury happens. But Skip, he was special. It was sensational last night. 19 of his 30 in the fourth quarter when the Pelicans, if I'm not mistaken, they cut it down to 6. And at every turn, he turned them away. We watched him last year against the Clippers in Game 6 at Staples. He repelled them. So Chris Paul has elite level offensive skills, so he doesn't put them on display because normally, Skip, what's he playing beside? He got Book. He's showcasing Book. He plays alongside James Harden. James Harden shows his. He had Blake Griffin. He had other guys. He was throwing lobs on. But when you need him, say, Chris, hey, bro, this is a game, bro. We gonna need 20, 25, 30. He's like, okay. He's gonna get to his spot. He's gonna elevate, and there's nothing you can do about it, Skip. The only reason I didn't give him a 10, Skip, I do believe it's easier to play point guard late in your career because we saw Stockton, we saw Kidd, we saw some of the point guards play later in their career at a ripe old age. So that's the only reason I didn't go to 10. But I'm not surprised that he can score like this because he's just not asked to do it.
I should go back and give these to
He's been on teams that he was supposed to just facilitate. I believe Magic could have scored, but hell, he had Kareem. So why would I need to go hand to hand? Well, that's what happened in OKC, Skip. You had a prolific score, and then the other guy wanted to score just like, never mind. Chris Paul is legit.
Shannon Sharp, I gotta go full on 10 on this one, on the impress scale. I have been hard in years past on CP3. I've called him CP0 as in 0 rings. I've said I need to see a little more from the point god. If he's a point god, I just need to see him get one team home. He couldn't quite get Phoenix home against Giannis last year, but he did, to your point, give us one of the great game 6s I've ever witnessed because late third quarter all the way through the fourth, he just literally shot the Clippers out of their own building, shot them right back down into the basement. I've never seen anything quite like that, especially from him. So I go back to the early days. He spent 6 years in New Orleans when he was the whole show. And there were a couple of playoff series, especially one against my Spurs, that he took them to 7 games. And he was a scorer. He was a pit bull of a scorer. And he played with such rage that once he got his mad on, the Spurs were scared of him because they could not control him, even at 6 feet tall. So we go New Orleans, and then obviously we go Clippers, and he starts to get hurt, and he had the one big game against the Spurs, the game 7 at then Staples Center. Remember, he pulled his hamstring and came back and made one up off the high glass on Tim Duncan to win the game. So I got to give him that. But then we go to Houston, and he's always pulling his hamstring, and there's something always wrong with CP3. And I started to think, well, in the end, are you going to become better known for your State Farm commercials, for playing Cliff as well as Chris Paul, which are sensational? He's even better than Cliff than he is playing himself. So I'm thinking, gee, you need to cap it off. And Shannon, the more I watch him, quote unquote, late in his career, the younger he plays. On May 6th, he's going to turn 37. He's only about 5 months younger than LeBron. So LeBron, I thought Father Time tapped him on the shoulder this year with the Lakers, who obviously missed the playoffs. Chris Paul was the driving force of a team that just obliterated the entire league, just ran off with the number 1 seed, but the number 1 overall seed, obviously, that they won it by 8 games. Well, again, I was trying to make a case that somebody on that team, and I centered on Devin Booker, should be at least in the MVP discussion, which he is not. But then last night, unfortunately, Chris helped unmake the Devin Booker case. I know it's just a regular season award, but in the big picture, you watch what Chris did last night in the fourth quarter, and you say, well, maybe he's at least the co-MVP of his team, or maybe he is the guy. Maybe in the end, he is the guy, because, my God, in the fourth quarter, he was just sensational. And to your point, it looked like New Orleans figured it back out and recaught their fire and their magic, and they cut it to 6 early in the fourth quarter. And then, if you can see what Chris did, he just took the game over. And he used to say, well, what do you expect from me? He's 6 feet tall. Well, I expect this. You know, like, this is sensational. This is all world stuff. He scores 12 straight points by himself, and he kept looking over at Willie Green saying, oh, so you're going to go under on these pick and rolls, and you're going to let me stand out here and shoot threes, and then I can get to the rim, and I can get any little shot that I want, because he can. He is so strong, he's so stout, that he can body you and knock you off as a defender and separate from you to make shots. And as he said on was it a TNT game late? I think it was, yeah. That he said on TNT after the game, he said, a lot of times I don't shoot, but that doesn't mean I can't shoot, because, he can really shoot. So I just got to give it up. I was highly impressed with a game one that got dangerous for them, because you don't want to let the upstart steal game one on your floor, because then it just makes it a long, hard grind, maybe a game 7 back home, and it takes a lot out of you. And Chris just said, no, I got this. So he takes over the fourth quarter, and meanwhile, Book scores nothing in the fourth quarter. He scores free throws, a couple of free throws, but he didn't make a field goal. And you say, well, maybe it is Chris Paul's team. So, way to go, Chris.
Yes, Skip, he was sensational. And like you said, if you look at him early in his career, where he was going, and the thing is, he's a hell of a defensive player. Chris Paul has been on the All-NBA defensive team, Skip.
He has.
First team. Yeah. So, he's as a complete point guard as we've ever seen. We've seen point guards. Like Magic was, obviously Magic is a better point guard. But defensively, when we talk about totality, as far as he could score the basketball early in his career, he backed up. He's like, you know what? We got Blake. Let me this Lob City. I don't need to be shooting. He definitely suppressed what he did when he went to play with James Harden. Yep. And you see in this situation, he got OKC, Skip. He was like, okay, Shea, come on. I'm gonna groom you so you can take this thing over.
It's unbelievable.
Now he goes to Phoenix, and he's like, this guy scored 70. I've seen him score 50. Had almost 3 games of 50. Okay, Book, get out there.
He did.
But when they need somebody to take these things over,
unbelievable.
And like Book was struggling last night.
He was.
CP3 said, I got this. Hey, Monty, sit down. I got this.
Yeah. Final thought: when he went to Oklahoma City, it felt like he was on his way into retirement, right, for a bad team in Oklahoma City, and then he lifts them into the playoffs, and then Phoenix said, "Oh, give it," and they make a big trade that ended up being the move of the year.
Changed their lives.
I covered that game last night, and he was absolutely clutch. He accounted for 74% of the Suns' points in the fourth quarter. Amazing. All right, Shannon, get ready for this one. Did Shaq just call out your Lakers? Skip and Shannon discuss his comments on their coaching search. Up next.
No mercy, no mercy, no mercy, and I won't back down.
Laying it all out there. We are now joined by First Things First co-host Chris Broussard. All right, Chris, weigh in here. Do you like or do you have a problem with what Kyrie said in that post-game interview?
Well, I don't like what he did. You can't have players flipping off fans on national TV or in general, period. But you can't have that. So I don't like that. I think he'll be fined by the league. I think he should be fined by the league, and then we just move on. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you just can't be doing it. But what I do like is the mentality that led Kyrie to do it. And that mentality is that Kyrie is a dog, all right? And Kyrie also is, I think, a natural-born contrarian. Like, if you tell Kyrie to go left, I think his inclination is to go right. If everybody's going left, he wants to go right. I even think if Dr. Fauci and the government was telling everybody, don't get vaccinated. Whatever you do, don't get vaccinated. Kyrie probably would have got vaccinated. Like, I found this special cure that's helping against COVID, so I think that's who Kyrie is. So I do think he loves this environment. He loves the Celtics fans going at him, and obviously he had a terrific game. But if you look at a lot of his best games this year, 60, 50, 43 points, all those games were on the road. He shot 47% on the road, 44% from home. He averaged more points a game on the road. His biggest shot ever, one of the biggest shots in NBA history, Game 7, 2016, at Golden State on the road. That Game 5 at Golden State when they're down 3-1, he has 41 points. So Kyrie, I think, is relishing this. I'm not saying he's going to play like he did last night every game, but he's not going to wilt. He's not going to melt. And the atmosphere, the pressure that the fans are putting on him, it won't get to him at all. So I think he thrives in this.
Chris, you and Skip did this a lot longer, but it seems to me the vitriol in which the fans are spewing now, is it worse? I mean, because you've been in the arenas. I really haven't been in the arenas like you and Skip have. Do you feel that it's getting worse, that it's getting out of hand with what they're saying? It used to be, Barkley, you're fat, you're slob, you're terrible, you can't play. But they're not using fat slob anymore. They're using expletives to go at these players now. Do you feel that it's gotten worse? Before I go into what I'm going to say.
I do feel like the expletives, like the use of curse words and things like that is worse. You guys remember who was the guy in Washington, Dancing Harry or whatever, right? He was kind of clever, kind of funny, guys were like that. Right. But now, and I honestly think some of that is just society. Like, let's face it, you hear players cursing in press conferences now. I mean, we just heard Kyrie. Like, it's commonplace now to hear players do that stuff. So I think somewhat it's just our society in general. But yeah, Shannon, I do think it's gotten worse in that regard. And I think the players' attitude, too, is like, we don't just have to take, that's a sign of society as well.
Yeah, they're not turning the other cheek. I think that, look, the problem that I have is that he's only exacerbating the situation. So I can imagine what the atmosphere is going to be like. I'm not worried about whether he'll succumb to the pressure because he's built to handle this kind of pressure. You mentioned it. Most of his big-time games have happened on the road. Skip, you remember that game in San Antonio?
Stop it.
You remember that game, right?
Yeah.
As you said, Chris, a lot of his big-time games. So he's built for that. He loves when you challenge him, and that he takes that as a challenge. But Skip and Chris, this is a battle we cannot win. The NBA is going to frown. They're going to look down upon Kyrie for doing, like, he didn't do it once. He didn't flip one fan off. He put it behind his head and let him go again. And then when he was walking to the tunnel, going into his locker room, he yelled something that the NBA is really, really going to be upset about. They fined him before for using that language, that same language that he used walking into the locker room. They fined him before. So they're going to look at him as a repeat offender, and they're probably going to find him even more so. I get Kyrie's frustration. Kyrie, you're in Boston. They're upset at you. Chris, I think it was Milwaukee, that he had surgery on a deviated septum as opposed to playing in the Game 7 and being with his teammates. Kyrie left Boston. Fans don't have a problem, for the most part, when a team trades a player or teams releases a player. But the players shouldn't be allowed to walk away from us. Boy, we love you. How you leave us? And Kyrie used the term, they're jilted lovers. I walked away. You just can't do that, Chris. I get it, and I know he will not succumb to this, but the NBA is not looking at it like that. And the NBA knows. They know that these fan bases are getting even more and more riled up. They're saying they're becoming more and more outlandish with the things that they say. They seem to it's okay because, like you said, Chris, we see in society that is getting more outlandish. What people will say, what they, and actions of that nature. But you just can't have an NBA player reacting on the court or on his or her court or field of play with the antics in which Kyrie displayed. So I get his frustration. Oh, absolutely. But let me tell you, we were playing football one time, guys, and the guy just kept doing things that was unnecessary. So Luther Maynard was the quarterback. He said, go down there and pretend like you're going to catch the ball, but I don't want you to catch it. I want you to duck. Threw the ball, duck, ball hit it right in the eye. Ain't have no more problems. The rest of them playing pickup football, I have no more problems. Yeah, remember I told you earlier?
Yeah.
Hey, throw the ball over there. I'm going to let it go out of bounds. I'm going to clear that first 2 rolls out, Chris.
Okay. I appreciate what both of you have said. I especially appreciated Chris's remarks to open this segment because that was a smart and deep look at Kyrie's mentality. He is a contrarian. Sometimes people accuse me of being a contrarian. I don't think I am. I just think I believe what I believe, and many times I'm proven right, if not often. So the point with Kyrie is, I listen to his theories, or his conspiracy theories over time, and some of them are kooky to the point of being just cockamamie to me. Way out there. He marches to the beat of a very, very different drummer. And I try to respect it to a point. But yesterday, he won grudging respect from me because, to both of your points, you can't go over the edge here. Kyrie went so far as to say, I'm going to turn and look him in the eye and see if they're about that. Meaning, if you want to go right here, we'll just go right here. Well, obviously, we're back to Malice in the Palace. It cannot, it will not happen. It will not be allowed. But because the profanity has escalated on the part of the fans, to Chris's point, there used to be he's just a heckler, a clever heckler in Washington for years. I don't know if he's still there or not. But he would, like Shannon, you said you'll read the players, your opponent's bios, right? You'll read read the media guide just to see if you can find out something that you could heckle them about, you could distract them about in the heat of battle. Well, the heckler in Washington was funny, and he would occasionally get under players' skin, but he wasn't profane to my knowledge. I wasn't there every night, but I don't think he was profane. This is utter profanity. This is crossing the line by fans, and I appreciated Kyrie finally saying, I'm going to go back at you with the same energy. And again, I'm not endorsing the double bird or what. I just liked, as Chris said, I like the mentality. It was a breakthrough for me because I've never heard in all my years a player express that kind of approach. That kind of retaliation, even verbally or with signs, signals, back to fans, and I liked it. I must admit, I know there has to be boundaries, and he's going to get fined. Shannon and I thought maybe it may be 50 grand this time, but I also, Chris, in the end.
Mm-hmm. Christy Bailey. How's that?
I love the fact that he actually repeated the profanity that he had heard, because too many times.
Okay, I'll be in there in a second to get it. Always with the laying down.
That's right.
That's right.
Daddy is good, I tell you.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be just that. Oh, cold. We got another place. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Don't warm it up a little. Holy crap. My God.
Good, Ryan. Did you know?
Oh no, Mom did it. I got us a lemon meringue pie though. Okay.
You found the components?
See for yourself.
You have my thanks, Aloy.
Something wrong?
I was just thinking about what it will be like after I build the arm. Will I feel different? Whole again? Idle thoughts. They can wait until we're back at base.
You go on ahead. I might want to take one more look around, in case there's anything useful.
Very well. I look forward to putting what we found to good use. Walk with the 10.
I guess if Festus was busy making hunter-killers. Can't let the cold distract me. Haven't seen you since the battle at the Grove. How are you holding up?
I saw you fly on the wings of the Ten, and paralyze Regala's army with lightning. I would say that I am inspired.
Thank you, I guess.
It is I who should be thanking you.
Were you able to finish the new arm Gaia was helping you with?
Indeed. I was hoping we could discuss it, if you have a moment.
You wanted to talk about your arm?
Indeed. It's time to test it. And I want you to be there.
Okay. How are we doing this?
Not how. Where? Will you meet me where we felled Regala's tremor tusk? Right where the river bends?
Sure, if you want, but I'm not sure I understand.
You'll see when we get there. I promise.
Then I'll let you know when I get close.
You have my thanks, Aloy.
I have to go. But I'll be briefing everyone on the plan soon.
Understood.
Like I said, I'll call you when I'm close to Regala's old outpost near the bulwark.
May the Ten guide your way.
Pretty sure this is where Kotalo wanted us to test his new arm. Hey, Kotalo? I'm by the tremor tusk site, where we agreed to meet. Want to test that new arm of yours?
I'll be there shortly. Thank you for waiting.
Maybe now you can tell me what we're doing here?
Not just yet. Follow me, please.
Someone's being awfully mysterious.
You took your sweet time telling me what you wanted to do to the bulwark. Consider this my revenge.
Fair enough.
This is it.
What am I looking at?
Oh, you'll see. Come.
All right, talk to me, Kotalo.
I wish to test the arm on that. It has menaced the valley for some time. Killed more than a few of the Sky Clan. But no longer.
I'm honored to help.
After you. Let's see how this thing likes the taste of metal.
Well, I think it's safe to say the new arm works fine.
Agreed.
Then why are you taking it off?
This is what I am now. What I overcame. Anything else feels... wrong. Like a disguise. I'll use the new arm when I need it, but the rest of the time, I will simply be myself.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
You have my thanks for doing this with me. Here. Something to mark our victory.
Thank you. I'll see you later then.
The 10 be with you, Aloy.
The snow brought the chill.